Alison will be running our day today. Thank you.
All right. Sane Bonane. Yeah. And happy Heritage Friday. Somebody mentioned the rugby. I'm English, British. Whoa. And apparently, come the glorious day of the semi-finals, it's going to be us against you guys. So, welcome to day 3. It's fantastic to be back in South Africa. I've been lucky enough to come here quite a few times, and I agree with Michael that there really is something special about this magical country. I'd like to thank Hadi and her very talented team for putting on this exceptional event, so a round of applause. And before I open with my comments, I'd also like to thank the sponsors, and I completely agree with you, Hadi, that without the support of Oryx, Cavagna, Petrogas, Euro LPG and EML, this wouldn't be here. So again, sponsors. And don't forget to go to the exhibition, but not when my sessions are on. What an amazing 2 days of discussions and learning, and of course networking. I'm genuinely really impressed by the turnout, and even today on day 3, after that great dinner last night, everyone's managed to get here, so thank you for coming. 20 countries, I mean that's more than a regional summit. That makes this a real international event of which we should all be really proud. The theme of SADC and India has proven to be a massive success, and thank you again to our Indian friends who've made the long journey here to showcase your exceptional policies and experiences. And as Minister Mantashe said yesterday, taking lots of notes, we learn from other countries, and India is offering that. So again, thank you. We'll discuss this a little bit more in the upcoming session. Today is workshop day, and it's my favorite day as well. And it's going to be slightly different. It's the day that we take everything we've talked about over the last 2 days, these intense and thought-provoking discussions we've been very privileged to witness. And as Pam said, we must now translate this into action. Let's turn dialogue into action. And we've got 3 quite different but interlinked sessions. We're going to kick off shortly with the Cooking for Life workshop. We know that LPG for cooking is key to life-saving, and you're going to hear more about this shortly. And then, of course, a subject very dear to my heart, a deep dive into why diversity in our industry is critical. And to quote Michael from yesterday, getting more women into our industry is crucial for its future. And I'm going to let you into a little secret. Pam very graciously introduced me as the founder of Women in LPG Global Network, which I am along with my very dear friend Nikki Brown. But actually, Women in LPG was Michael's idea. And so Michael, look what you did. He's very modest. And Women in LPG is a network for people. It's not just for women, and it's not women against men. In fact, the opposite. Without the support of our male colleagues, we wouldn't be able to thrive as we do, and we need those ambassadors. How we're going to run the 2-hour session is a little bit different. We're going to have an hour of kind of important presentations and discussions, a panel discussion around the issues facing South Africa and this region. And then in part 2, we're going to turn it over to you guys, because what Women in LPG is all about is it's a network, and it's about women supporting women and networking. We're going to have a kind of a bit of fun and an opportunity to do exactly that, and that's one of the reasons why we have this round table set up, because it's conducive to networking. And you need to stay until the end, because we've also got a really cool couple of prizes. And last but not least, what we've ambitiously called a communications masterclass. Why is communications so important? For the last few days, we've heard about good practices, power generation, autogas, market conditions, adopting new learnings from India. But if we don't communicate around these issues, we don't get to that magic holy grail of creating this action. We have to communicate to our customers, to government, to media, to NGOs and other stakeholders. We have to raise our head above that parapet so our voice, our LPG voice, our exceptional energy is heard. We are all ambassadors. Everyone in this room is an ambassador. We need to talk about it all the time. Well, not all the time, obviously, we'd drive everybody crazy. So it's a fitting way to end this fantastic event and address how we take action. So please do come back after your lunch for this final session. And another key thing to take away is how do we measure the medium-term success of this event? It's great that we have had this action-packed 3 days, but what we don't want to do is all go back to our offices tonight or next week and just forget about it. That's very easy to do. We have to act, and so here's a challenge. We've got an amazing opportunity that we will reconvene in Cape Town next year. What can we achieve in that year? What about the first steps in an Indian-inspired campaign? I know that you had some great dialogue with the minister yesterday. More members for women in LPG, more national chapters, successful government meetings. Watch this space and let's make sure that in a year's time we can crystallize what we've learned. So thank you very much. Ngia bonga. And let's kick off, Michael, with Cooking for Life.
All right, thank you, Alison. And you know, it's true, I did, Women in LPG was actually my idea, and nobody listened to me until Alison did. And, and then she ran with it, and she's the person that's made it the success that it is with how many chapters now? 11 chapters all over the world and growing. And hopefully a few new chapters in the SADC region after we leave here that we can celebrate next year when we get to Cape Town. So we're going to talk about Cooking for Life, the workshop, and it's a program that we have at WPGA. I'm going to tell you all about it. But first, we're going to invite our good friend, Kushagra Mittal, from the government of India to come up and just say a few words to open the session. Then I'll do a presentation, and then we actually have a presentation from one of our colleagues in Brazil. Jonathan Benchimol runs Fogas, which is actually an interesting company because it's the company that provides LPG to Manaus, which is a huge city in the middle of the Amazon jungle. And the logistics are extremely complicated to get gas there. They have to have special barges that bring LPG down the Amazon River, which can be tricky. And they've run this business for many, many years, and there's a lot of learnings in the Brazilian market that could apply in the African market. So we'll hear from Jonathan later. But first, Kushagra, if you could come up and give us your opening statement, please.
Good morning again. Thank you very much for having me again here. I was thinking of coming today with a small presentation, but looking at all your faces and hearing to people before me, I decided to tell a different story. So before that, I'll again thank you all for being here. On the third day of the summit, mostly people try to doze off and slip away slowly, but then all of you have made it. Congratulations. The story which I was thinking of telling you was from a very not so commercially popular but very critically popular film from Malayalam movie industry in India, which is called The Great Indian Kitchen. All right. And why is it relevant for this discussion here is that, like here, we in India also look at LPG purely from a cooking fuel, angle. In fact, to tell you, out of the 30 million ton LPG that we consume in the country, approximately 90% is consumed in the kitchens. Okay, the rest of it goes to commercial uses, industrial uses, and things like LPG-based heaters, water heaters in northern parts of the country. So the movie starts with a theme where there is a woman, there is a very affluent family, and the woman basically she gets into the family, very well-educated person, and she comes with a lot of expectations, thinking that the husband is a senior IT engineer, and there's a father-in-law and a mother-in-law. She had her own preconceived notions. But what she gets into is that from morning to evening, she's basically assigned a role of a, homemaker kind of person, which is not a problem per se. But the problem starts when the father-in-law, he expects the woman to cook the sambar, which is a very famous delicacy in south of India, in a particular chula, because it doesn't impose a cost on the father-in-law. Then when the clothes have to be washed, the clothes have to be washed using hands, not a washing machine, because the flavor or the smell or the aroma of the cloth, you'll be surprised to see if there is an aroma to the clothes also. But here is a father-in-law who says that, I need the clothes to be washed by hands. I need the sambar to be cooked on chula because I like the flavor of the chula. Now what I'm trying to, bring your attention to is this asymmetry in decisions. Somebody who's taking decisions on your behalf does not face the cost of those decisions. And that's how this whole system of, vicious incentives gets triggered. So what do we need to do, including India, is to, ask the person who's making all these decisions to face the cost. And how do we do that? We have to take the decision-making powers to the person who has to face the cost. So this is what we exactly did in India when we launched Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. And coming back to the same topic, we repeatedly have been talking about it. But the key focus of this Yojana was to take the decision-making powers to the women of the house. And how do we do that? The eligibility of getting a Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana connection was first to be an adult woman of a household. If you don't have an adult woman, you cannot get an Ujjwala connection. All right? And this lady has to have a bank account, a mobile number, and a unique identification number. So all these things normally, in especially the rural and the poor parts of the country, a woman don't tend to have. So the first thing a person, if he wants the Ujjwala benefits, have to get this lady is an identity, is a bank account, and a mobile number. So all these things, they unite to shift the balance of power in favor of this woman. And after she gets into the LPG ecosystem through this Ujjwala connection, I think it does a lot to change what is happening in all these households of that movie, The Great Indian Kitchen. So, with that story, I think I don't know whether I've been successful in bringing your attention to this asymmetry in decisions in the families. I also wanted to, re-emphasize, which I did yesterday, the importance or the inescapability of having a stack of, technology, the willingness, the intent, and also the infrastructure of having something like Ujjwala and the bouquet of schemes called Ujjwala, DBTL, Give It Up, and the targeted subsidy system. There's no getting away from it. There's no getting away from the hard work which is required to, even start thinking about these schemes. So therefore, I would, again, vouch for it. I would again request that if we are thinking about something like Ujjwala, let us first try to identify the beneficiaries or the people to whom these benefits have to be given. Let us also try to have a common, a database where we can really identify and segregate the kind of clients or customers or whatever you want to name them. And if not government, somebody in the leadership position needs to really drive these incentives, these initiatives. I'm sure, like we did in India, we had a proper department in the government of India who looks at all these interventions. But it does not preclude the possibility of even having a private sector, change maker from taking all these calls. Because you see, as Abhishek was telling yesterday, the multipliers, the benefits which tend to multiply, I mean, if you're investing $1, like he said, 100x, but I would be a little modest and say that even if it is 2x, it makes all case for investing this money, even if this is coming from, let us say, some commercial organizations or something like, international organizations who have specific funding for these kind of interventions. So the multipliers and there are, in fact, I was thinking about it yesterday, the kind of positive externalities which are there, which we don't think to, when we are designing these programs. So for example, let me give you an example. When we were done with about 80 million connections in Ujjwala, various departments of the government started coming to us saying that you have got such a great database of the real deserving families. And we are also thinking of extending something like, let us say, affordable housing to these people. We have a program ready, but we don't know to whom these benefits need to be given. So we had ready with us this complete stack of data of beneficiaries whom we have verified using Aadhaar, mobile, bank accounts, and then deduplication. So all this database was ready to just roll out all these programs. So now what we have is, we have something called Ayushman Bharat, where we are extending health care schemes from the social sector, which are basically partially funded by the government of India and partially taken care of by the beneficiary. We have things like affordable housing scheme of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. They took and they directly utilize all these databases. So these are, positive unintended consequences of having this kind of database. So I think there is no reason of having any doubts whether this $1 or $1,000, whatever is the amount, deserve our attention. And, let us stop having all these doubts. As I was saying yesterday, I think we have already seen enough. We have burnt our hands in, experimenting with whichever is the best way to roll out these schemes. Let us try to learn from the mistakes which people have already done, and let us try to roll out a program. Our people in this part of the global south really deserve these kind of interventions, and, let us get going with this. I think I'll close my, opening address with this, and I'll also use this opportunity to invite all of you to, experience firsthand whatever all we are talking about here, whatever is happening in India, with our companies there, the infrastructure they have, and the beneficiaries. We have, in this scheme, we have about 9.6 crore, which is 96 million beneficiaries today. They can speak for themselves as to what are the, benefits extended by these schemes and how this has really emancipated the women beneficiaries of the scheme. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Pam. And I continue to engage with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kushagra. That was great. And again, I want to go back to this point of delivering, we don't want to call it a subsidy because Lakshmi said it's not a subsidy, it's an investment, but delivering it to the women in the household. Yesterday when this was mentioned, I said that every woman in this room understands why the subsidy or why the benefit should go to the women and not to the men. And I noticed that there was a lot of nodding in the room. I think even one or two lady shouted out and said yes. But I think it's an insight that comes from the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, where they set up the microfinance systems, and microfinance initially was targeted entirely towards women in poor rural areas to empower them and to ensure that the funding that went to them would be used for something productive. And that's not just because men are perhaps not as productive as they could be in some areas, but it does talk about looking at things that have worked in Bangladesh, that have been refined in India, and that maybe could take root and be productive here in the African continent. So thank you, Kushagra. I think that's great. I also like this idea of the externalities and the unintended consequences of gathering so much data and the benefits that's had. We had a discussion yesterday about the economic impact as well. And while none of us, well, I don't think many of us are economists, it is a selling point for our industry to say that if you provide gas, you are providing economic opportunity for the females of the household and for the communities that they live in. And that's something that, as an industry, we should lean into, because it's a message that our friends in the public sector love to hear. So, with that, I'm going to talk about Cooking for Life. It is a flagship program of the World LPG Association that was launched in 2012. And the goal of this workshop is, again, interactive discussion. Allison's going to lead a panel later. As we've said over and over, we do want your feedback. We do want your input. So if you do have questions, even in the middle of the presentation, please raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you. Tell us who you are, and we can have a discussion. And those are the best kind of interactions. So just to set the scene, I want to talk about where we were last year. Most of it seems to have faded away from our memories, but it wasn't that long ago that to get on an airplane, you had to wear a mask on the airplane, in the airport, in the taxi, in the hotel. You could take it off in your own hotel room. And that was all over the world. And we were just emerging from what was a calamitous global pandemic, where you had shelter-at-home orders that were extremely strict. I know they were strict here in South Africa, but it was all over the world. One of the things we noticed, and it was very stark, was that in every single country in the world, including the ones that had the strictest shutdown orders, our industry was allowed to continue operations. Governments recognized immediately the importance of the LPG industry because it provided energy that people use in their homes to cook with. And if you can't leave your home, you need something to cook with. So our members all over the world got special dispensations to continue operations immediately. And our industry responded. We demonstrated that we were agile. We demonstrated that we were flexible. We demonstrated that we had a supply chain that could adapt to even the most difficult circumstances, keep our customers safe, and keep our employees safe. We should be very proud of that. In a crisis, the LPG industry can deliver. And that was made very, very clear by what happened in the COVID era. And it's something that we should be saying to our political friends when we talk to them. We also, in February 2022, saw something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime, which is a large land war in Europe. We're still trying to understand what the implications of this are going to be. It doesn't seem to be as stark for our industry as it is for the natural gas industry. But it does have repercussions. It's still having repercussions because markets in Europe, particularly for industrial applications, have stopped using natural gas, have started using LPG in some cases, and are starting to buy product that was destined for markets like this one. And they can pay more. And so they're pricing out markets like South Africa or the SADC region. And that has a ripple effect that we could be feeling for years. It's something to consider how that's going to impact our global supply flows into the future. And then obviously climate change. This year has been the hottest year on record. They just released statistics 2 days ago on September and how hot September's been. We're also dealing with El Nino, the Nino effect. But it's clear that something is happening to our climate. And global bodies are taking note of this. Insurance risk has gone up in many places. The military, such as the military in the United States, is starting to prepare for catastrophes that lead to social breakdown because of climate impacts. This affects everyone in this room. It affects our children. It affects our children's children. So this is something for us to bear in mind. And LPG has a very strong role to play in the climate debate when it comes to reducing deforestation or mitigating desertification or other types of elements. This is something where we have a very strong role to play. And again, it's something that we should be talking about or communicating about. And I'm looking at you, Allison, more. We'll be talking about communicating later. And then last year, a financial crisis appeared imminent. I don't know if you remember, Sri Lanka was collapsing. There were a lot of other countries that were teetering on the edge of insolvency. That really hasn't come to pass in the way that people expected, but it still seems to be a threat. And all of us here are still dealing with inflation. and supply chain issues and the cost of raw materials that have continued to increase, and that has a knock-on effect again to our customers, and particularly those that are sensitive to price fluctuations at the bottom of the pyramid. So all of this makes for a very, very, very unsettled global situation, geopolitically, financially, environmentally, socially. All of this should make us depressed. I hope I'm not making you depressed, because I think that we should be optimistic. And the reason I feel like our industry should be optimistic is because, going back to what I said in this first slide, in a crisis, the LPG industry can deliver. And if we're facing a crisis, our industry is ready. We just demonstrated it during the COVID-19 period. So bear that in mind as we go through the discussions today, and bear that in mind when you're talking to your stakeholders around the world. Nope. Flip that. Talking about pricing, this goes up to 2022. We've seen a lot of fluctuations in price. Again, that has an impact on everyone in the room. It's kind of settled down a bit. We're not 100% sure what's going to happen. Anyone who tells you they know what's going to happen with price is trying to sell you something. We have no idea. We at the WPGA have absolutely no idea what's going to happen with price. It's a dark art and a mystery. So if you know, please tell me. And then I can charge people to tell them. But we do see, again, an unsettled situation, and that's going to continue into the future. In terms of production, despite the impacts of COVID, production of LPG continued to be steady, to rise, primarily in North America, which has become the biggest exporter of LPG in the last 10 years. But production did decline in some other countries. Some of that was on purpose. Some of the Middle Eastern countries decided to curtail production of LPG. But so, as you see in the next slide, consumption is increasing, and particularly you can see in India is highlighted there because it's somewhere where you still have a significant amount of consumption. There's also a huge amount of consumption in the petrochemical sector. And that looks like it's going to continue, particularly because of the petchem plants that are being built in China. Domestic sector is about 50% of our total consumption globally. In markets like this one, it's much more than that. It's probably closer to 80. I think in India, it's 80% of total consumption. Although, as we heard, India is reaching saturation, and they're looking for other applications. But domestic consumption, cooking and heating, is still our industry's bread and butter. And it will be our industry's bread and butter for the foreseeable future, especially in developing countries like here in Southern Africa. So, Cooking for Life is a program we launched in 2012. And the goal, as I've said a couple times, was the transition of 1 billion people. That's 1 billion new customers for everyone in this room. From cooking with biomass or traditional fuels, dung cakes, charcoal, whatever it was, to LPG. And we will reach that target. We'll reach it quite soon, actually, largely on what's happened in India and other big population countries such as Indonesia. One of the problems we're trying to address are the health impacts. We haven't really discussed that here today or over the last 3 days, but the negative health impacts of household air pollution are significant. You can see that 4.3 million people die every year prematurely because of exposure to smoke, and that is disproportionately impacting women and girls. 4.3 million women and girls a year dying prematurely. That's a sobering statistic. And one, again, we should be talking about, we have something that can mitigate that very, very quickly. And as you can see, it's more than people who die from malaria, HIV/AIDS, and tuberculosis combined. And when you think about the global effort that has gone in to tackle those 3 other ailments, and household air pollution is something that has been with us since the beginning of time. And the development community and the development banks, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, they have not focused on this issue in the past. They are now, and we're trying to help them do that. But it is a significant element and something, again, that we should be communicating on and talking about. Our target, you can see there, I hope this is clear. There are about, according to the World Bank, there are about 20 countries that represent 2.3 billion who lack access, people who lack access to modern fuels. And we've been active in 11 of those countries. So we estimate that through the efforts that we've done over the last 12 years, we have been impacting 1.3 billion people, and the knock-on effect. We're being generous with our own statistics, but that's, that's allowed. That is to say that we've been active in a lot of countries that have big populations, preaching the message of how to use LPG in a way that can have a positive impact from an environmental point of view or from an economic point of view or health point of view. And speaking of the environmental issues, I mentioned before the climate change, but there's also the issue of deforestation, which is a huge issue. We heard from our colleagues yesterday in Mozambique that are facing accelerated deforestation in the north of their country. In many countries, I was in Abidjan 3 weeks ago, in Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, and they also have the same problem in the north of that country, where they have the Sahara Desert creeping, they have deforestation. All of this is fueling insurgencies, it's fueling fundamentalism, and it's fueling instability. So you have the combination of climate change and deforestation working together, and it could be a really toxic development. And LPG offers an opportunity to mitigate some of that. We should make sure that we think about that. When you introduce LPG into a community, it has an immediate positive impact on the quality of life of people in that community, particularly women and girls, who are the ones that spend time looking for firewood. And it's often when they're attacked, it's when they're raped, when they get snake bites. Snake bites still kill a lot of people every year. In the global north, we don't really think about that. So when you introduce LPG into a community, you have immediately something positive for that community, for the quality of life of people in that community. And it offers the possibility of women and girls to have time dedicated to other things apart from looking for firewood and cooking. And it offers them an opportunity to have healthier lives. And again, part of the messaging that we should be bringing forward and talking about. So, what makes this product so fantastic? I mean, we all know this. It's portability, it's storability, it's easy to transport. I always say, and Allison's heard this 150 times, but I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States, and that is the home of Coca-Cola. And I always say that you can get LPG anywhere, you can get Coca-Cola, and we all know that you can get Coca-Cola absolutely anywhere on the planet. So the portability of LPG makes it ideal. You can put a cylinder on the back of a donkey, send it somewhere, and have immediate clean energy available to those people. It's the flexibility, the ability to transport, the storability. These are things that make it such an ideal solution, whether it's in the townships around Johannesburg or whether it's in cities in Japan. It really is an ideal solution. So we're going to stop and talk about how to grow a market. And I'm going to go through this slide and then the next slide, and then I might stop and take some pictures before I finish up, take some questions before I finish up. You can take some pictures too if you want. So what grows cooking demand? And the first one up there, and it's the one that I want to focus on, is clear government policy. I mentioned this yesterday when I had the minister sitting right in front of me. It is extremely important that access to clean cooking be a government priority. It's extremely important that our industry have interaction with government, that they understand our industry, they understand the benefits of LPG, whether it's from a health point of view or whether it's ability to survive a crisis. We have to interact with the government, and that's why I was so pleased yesterday to see some of the regulators on these panels and the interaction, and them taking unscripted questions and the minister's participation. It's an indication of the seriousness of intent of the South African government, and it's a good thing to see. But if you have senior leadership driving the initiative, like Prime Minister Modi in India, you will have a successful program. Tangible benefits to end users, we're very confident that our fuel, our product provides that. And you heard stories over and over again. Kushagra was mentioning one earlier. When you introduce LPG, again, into a community, you can see the quality of life of people increasing immediately. Strong and effective industry implementation, that is our job. Our industry has to be professional. We have to be disciplined. We have to self-regulate. We have to ensure that bad actors get thrown out of the industry. You'll hear from our Brazilian speaker afterwards how Brazil managed this. and have one of the biggest and most dynamic markets in the world today, where 96% of Brazilians roughly cook using LPG. And then population growth and increased income, that's beyond our ability to influence, but it is something that we see in a lot of African nations at the moment. I want to underscore this, and I've said it a few times, but the critical role of government, this comes from a document that we drafted on how to grow LPG markets in 2013. And again, it's extremely important. If you have that signal from the government to the market will grow, and you will get investment into the sector. Let me pause here and just see if you guys are awake, if you've had enough coffee. Does anyone have a question, a comment, an insult? Anything? No, you're listening? No, if you do have a question, raise your hand. I'm going to keep going. But if you do have a question, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll get this going. So just to underscore, and then I'll wrap up. The role of the government, so maintain that partnership with the LPG industry, understand the industry and how to regulate it to ensure that it can grow in a safe and sustainable way, provide a good business environment. That's also important, a level playing field for all kinds of businesses. That doesn't just impact the LPG industry. And those are the things that the government can be doing. For this, it's absolutely important that you support your local association. Your local association has to be credible, because it is a voice that the government will talk to when it needs information about the industry. So support Khadi and her team and make sure they're doing a good job. Our job is to make sure we follow best practice, safety standards. We learn from bad things that happen, as we've been trying to do over the last couple days here. We ensure that we have a relationship with government, even if it can be combative at times. And self-regulation is extremely important. As industry players, legitimate industry players, it's up to you to try and get bad industry players out of the system. It's up to you to ensure that the government has teeth in its regulations and enforces the laws it has on its books. And again, a great vehicle to do this through is the National Association. And we do have to be responsible for when things go wrong and accept that responsibility and learn from it and try and be better in the future. So, if one of the takeaways from this, and maybe this is something that we can discuss next year in Cape Town, is an action plan for SADC countries. Putting together a national roadmap or a regional roadmap is something that WPGA could support you on, or we know people that could support you on. Support national, regional, and global associations. If you're not a member of the WPGA, you should consider being a member of the WPGA, but if not, support your national association. 2 days ago, someone floated the idea of a regional SADC association. It's a fantastic idea. If it's something that we could get going, the ideal time to launch it would be in November next year in Cape Town. And it could provide a framework to share best practices and to share standards throughout the region. Maintain good industry practices and the fourth bullet, I think it is, transitioning to marketer-owned cylinders. We at the WPGA only support one model for distribution of LPG, and that is the CRM, or where the marketer owns the cylinders. And the cylinders go out, they get used, they come back, they go to a depot, they get filled, and they go back out. That's the only model we've seen to consistently work in terms of safety and growth in the market and return on investment. If you don't have that model, you won't get investment into the sector, and you won't have a sector that grows. So that's the only sector the only model that we support. I know that some SADC countries have different models, or like where individuals own cylinders. We don't support that. And you can see the rest of here. Infrastructure. Infrastructure is hugely important. Key infrastructure bottlenecks are something that a lot of African nations struggle with. The building of the Richards Bay terminal here in South Africa was a great example of how one piece of key infrastructure can change a market completely. And we're seeing investment now going into places like Tanzania and Ivory Coast, Kenya, and we feel that that also is going to have the potential of unlocking those markets. So identifying what infrastructure is needed and ensuring that you work with government to address that, to get that infrastructure built, having like a rail spur built to Richards Bay, things like that would help get more product up into Gauteng, into other provinces of South Africa. Those are the kind of things that are important to discuss. With that, I'm going to wrap up. You guys have heard a lot from me from the last 3 days. It's been such a pleasure to be here. Let me thank Khadi and her team. I'm your cool uncle. It's been so much fun. Our Indian colleagues, guys, thank you so much for being here, for being so energetic, and for bringing so many learnings. And then obviously to the people of South Africa, thank you so much, and happy Heritage Friday. Give yourself a big round of applause. And I will see you in Cape Town, if not sooner. It's in November. I've been saying October all week, but it's in November next year. We're all looking forward to it. So, before we move on to our Brazilian colleague, does anyone have any questions? No? You sure? Come on. No. There's one. We've got our Johnny on the spot guy with the microphone. Tell us who you are and then ask your question. Try to avoid little speeches, please.
Thanks for the wonderful presentation. In your presentation, I realized that you are in 11 of 20 countries that use LPG. I'd like to understand your risk factors in the mitigation of the supply chain, if there's any problem for the countries that use LPG.
Could you hold the microphone? I can't really hear you.
Oh, thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Yeah.
I just want to know what mitigation strategies does the world LPG have in mitigating the disruption of LPG supply to the 11 countries. Because of late, we do realize that there are risks. COVID-19 has proven that.
Yeah.
And secondly, with the regional politics that are happening with the war with Ukraine and Russia, there's a supply chain of grain, for instance, to the world market. I just want to know what factors, mitigating factors do you have in place?
Yeah, I mean, an excellent question. How do you mitigate supply chain disruptions? I mean, one of the first things we tell our members in developing countries is build supply storage. Build storage facilities so that you have a buffer. The Japanese have they have a huge market, and they have massive supply storage just for that very reason. And I think our Indian colleagues have huge amounts of storage in case of supply disruptions. Is that the case, guys? Yeah, exactly. So it's one way to mitigate it. It's difficult for anybody to plan for the Ukraine war or any kind of, or like the COVID pandemic, and the impacts that has on global supply chains. I think another thing you could do is join the World LPG Association, because we have a global eyes view, and we can try and provide our members with intelligence and guidance on what the potential impacts are of some of these bigger global trends. So that's it. Build some storage and join the WPGA. How about that? That's a great answer. Any other questions? No, all right. So, Nirvan, we're going to hear from Jonathan Benchimal. He's from Fogas in Manaus. Again, a really interesting business model that they have. He's going to talk about the evolution of the Brazilian market. And we often use Brazil as an interesting model for African nations to follow. Because they have a big country, it's topographically complicated, it's difficult to do distribution, and they've managed to achieve very high levels of penetration, and now have an extremely dynamic and competitive market with very high levels of penetration. So Jonathan has sent us a video, and we're going to tee it up and watch it right now, if the technology works. And action. No, let's try that again, guys. And action. Action.
Ladies and gentlemen of the LP gas industry, my name is Jonathan Benchimol. I'm from Folgas, a company that operates in northern Brazil, which has a specific logistics solution to making LPG available to the general households. LPG in Brazil starts in the late 1930s, therefore is a late starter to the LP gas industry that starts in 1912 in the USA. In the late 1930s, no LPG was locally supplied in Brazil. Therefore, entrepreneurs had to import LPG in order to provide the cooking solution and energy solution to the market. Upon the introduction of the LPG into the market, there was a challenge to convince the customer to switch from biomass to LP gas. The customer did not wish to change due to uncertainty on LP gas safety, supply, and technical issues in general. And second, because the customer had to make an expenditure in order to switch all his cooking and appliances. In the 1940s, the industry came up with a solution which was a trial test into the market. A single customer was chosen by block, and a stove was placed under loan system to the customer. And the customer had 2 days to test the product, and the LP gas distributing company returned to the customer's house to collect the items. What happened is that most customers decided to stay with the appliances after the test because they realized the LP gas had a superior cooking solution and experience as compared to biogas. The companies decided to sell the appliances, cylinders, in an installment system. So the customers and the LP gas distributor decided on how to make these payments and the operation. The industry will see in the 1950s a substantial volume increase as local produce come into operation. Also, LP gas locally available had a lower cost as compared to imports. In the 1960s, government strategic decision to make LP gas the fuel of choice to society and started an area of price subsidy and price control. The political decision will lead to higher demand, turning Brazil a net importer of LPG and also representing a heavy burden to society, to the state-owned enterprise, and to the government. The 1970s will start with the oil crisis of 73 and 78, yet the government decides not to phase out price subsidies and price control, increasing the burden to society of those subsidies. By the 1980s, LP gas was present in approximately 95% of Brazilian households. There is no doubt that this price subsidy and price control made LP gas the fuel of choice to society. However, there is no free lunch in society. The price control policy associated with fair return to investment that the government placed into the LP gas economic agents will lead to chaos in the LP gas industry because companies were not able to invest in safety cylinders, maintenance in general, and that led to unfair business practices such as cross-filling, pirate cylinders, underfilling of cylinders, and other unfair business practice. And this unfortunately led to household accidents, plant accidents, and other issues related to not investing on the pillars of the LP gas industry. Many agents with this policy closed operations, sold their operations, or purely went out of business. By the 1990s, the government realized that the industry had issues and that the primary cause of those issues was the price control and margin control without a fair return to the economic agents. Therefore, through dialogue with the industry, government, together with the agents, started an LP gas deregulation. Price and margin control will only fully end by 2002. However, the government, in order to phase out and to deregulate, negotiated specific targets on cylinder rehabilitation, cylinder introduction into the market, end of cross-filling, scrapping pirate cylinders, and avoiding price abuse into the market. Deregulation introduced free market policy into the market and a revival of capitalism. That meant that the industry introduced approximately 70 million new cylinders of several capacitors into the market, scrapped 31 million cylinders, and invested over $2 billion in cylinder rehabilitation. Today, the industry delivers to its customers over 33 million cylinders per month and sells approximately 7.4 million tons per year of LP gas. Employs approximately 380,000 persons directly and indirectly. All cylinders are branded, and there are approximately 60,000 retailers, which we call dealers in Brazil, that perform the final sell to the customers. Dealers can be branded or unbranded. If they choose to be branded, that means that they can only sell from one specific brand. Unbranded dealers can sell from multiple blends into the market. There is enforcement of the law regarding cross-filling, cylinder filling, and weights and measures. Dealer standards on safety, plant standards, and transportation regulation. The industry is very focused on customer satisfaction, safety, and innovation. In conclusion, I believe there are three pillars that all LP gas industries should focus on. Number one, brand. Brand is the most important attribute in any industry. Brand reduces the cost of society of decision making. The customer does not need to be an expert on every purchase he makes. The customer transfers to the brand the responsibility of making the correct choices for him. The greater the complexity of the purchase, the greater the importance of the brand. Let me repeat that again. The greater the complexity of the purchase, the greater the importance of the brand. When I decide to purchase a car, I'm not an expert on powertrain, brakes, transmission, engine, injection system. Therefore, I transfer that responsibility of evaluating all those items to the car manufacturer. Therefore, Toyota, Honda must have a very good quality control to perform those tasks. And me, as a customer, only need to choose the brand that I trust, that I feel represents my point of view. The LP customer faces the same dilemma. He's not an expert in chemistry, safety, metrology, or metallurgical properties of the steel and cylinder. Therefore, the customer transfers the responsibility of those tasks to the brand. Therefore, the customer knows that if he has a problem with his transaction or purchase, he knows whom he can call to support him. Also, if there is a service is not performed according to his standards, the customer has a choice to change brand on the next purchase. Unbranded markets leave the customer without a reference on whom to call if there is a problem with his transactions. Therefore, brand is the most important attribute to the LP gas industry because it is a complex transaction. Subsidies is the number 2 pillar of the LP gas industry. If the government, through a political decision, decides to introduce a subsidy into the market, in my point of view, the subsidy should be targeted to the public that actually needs the subsidies, which is the low income bracket of the population. A general price subsidy will lead to an incorrect market allocation of scarce resources and will benefit a portion of society with a subsidy that the customer doesn't need. By target subsidy, I mean specifically to allocate the subsidy to the low-income population that actually needs the subsidy. The number 3 pillar is regulation and enforcement of the law. Regulation should be customer-oriented and safety-oriented. Regulation without enforcement of the law means that regulations and standards are only a useless piece of paper. Plus, it even may lead to selective enforcement of the law to punish and target opponents of the regime. Without correct enforcement of the law, agents will act as free riders in the market and will create an uneven playing field into the market, and fair market practices will not prevail and capitalism will not perform its benefits to society. Thank you very much for your time, and please feel free to contact me if you have any doubts about the presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, see, that's interesting. And feel free to contact Jonathan. He's a huge supporter of Africa. He's done a lot of presentations across the African continent, and he's extremely knowledgeable about the Brazilian market and where there might be overlaps and learnings that could benefit from. That presentation will be made available for you. I know they showed slides, but they went by quick. And if you have any questions, feel free. His email address is at the bottom there. He told me specifically to say this to the audience. Feel free to reach out and contact him if you have any questions or just would like more information. He is available. Bear in mind the time difference. With that, are there any questions or comments? No? Third day blues, everybody? All right, with that, we're going to move on then. I'm going to call up Allison Abbott. She's going to take us through the rest of this. Allison's going to lead us through the panel discussion. So, Allison.
Okay. It was great to hear from our friend Jonathan, and another interesting fact is that LPG Week has a 2-year framework, if you like. So it's a big, big event with thousands of people. It takes a lot of organising. And next year, we're very excited it's going to be in Cape Town. Year after, it will be in Brazil. It will be in Rio de Janeiro. So you can mark your calendars for that as well if you fancy a trip down to Rio. We're going to move on. Time-wise, you might have noticed I'm British, and one of the British things is we're always on time. And so I'm going to keep today running, and I'm very conscious that it's Heritage Friday, and we've had some long days, so we will finish on time, and if I can manage it correctly, we might even finish a little bit early, so we can all go home for our weekends. Before I invite the panel, there's a gentleman, Philippe, who is going to be part of the panel, but I thought it was behooved him to give a little bit of background into pay gas, because without that, we won't really be able to run a panel efficiently. So, Philippe, would you like to come up and give a quick introduction, and then we'll move into the panel?
Hello, everybody. So my name is Philippe. I'm the co-founder of Pegas. And I think what is very important to understand is clean cooking is a double challenge. And I want you to introduce to this challenge. So what is the first problem is when we spoke about 2.7 billion people in the world who don't have access to clean cooking, it's a lot of people who have low and irregular income. So the poverty line defined by the World Bank is $2 per day. And if you want the full cylinders, it's $10 or more. And this is an unmatch between a full amount, regular amount, and irregular income who are lower. And that's why people rely on dirty fuel, because they don't have the power purchase for regular consumption. In the same time, the challenge you will have with a gas company is you need about 4 cylinders per client to be able to serve. I mean that I got one with Alison, I got one with Philippe, who is the dealer of the gas company. It's already 2 cylinders in rotation. Then I got one from my store to go to the filling plant, and one coming back. So if you got 4 cylinders per client, each cylinder is $25, I don't see how I can serve a client with $2. So you need to rethink the whole supply chain to say, how can I serve people who can only pay for $1 or $2? So the solution we have been found is you can refill from 50 cents on a micro refilling station owned by the gas company. This is very important. These stations are like a micro filling plant managed by the gas company themselves. And this is how you can serve clients. The client comes with $1, you digitalize the payment, and you put a barcode on the cylinder or a QR code, and you can track for each client that how much he can refill, and the refilling is automatized. So that's how you can refill small quantity, because $1, remember, 50 cents is below 1 kg. So as I said, the big challenge for gas company is heavy capex on the supply chain, on the cylinder. So the way to move from swapping cylinder to micro refilling plant owned by gas company with corporate cylinder, with branded cylinder, you can reduce costs massively. You can reduce on cylinder, you get one client, one cylinder, and you can have also on distribution costs, because it's a bulk distribution. So the problem of the 4 cylinder per client is a big challenge, because if South Africa is 60 million people, you need 240 million cylinder that will not come overnight. So this is a way to reduce the capex on cylinder and distribution. So the next move, and I think that is very important to understand, as soon as you can follow the consumption per client, per households, you can move people from wood, charcoal, to clean cooking, and you are eligible for carbon credit. Because the big challenge is this cylinder of $25, or with a cooktop or everything, is still an entry barrier for the low-income client. But if you can partially subsidize with carbon credit, because you know the consumption, this is a breakthrough in the industry. So that's how it works. It's really you put, because of the cylinder barcode and QR code, I know that Michael consumes so much gas, exactly, precisely. And I know also that if he stops to refill, then he's back to wood. So that makes the carbon credit very verifiable, very credible, because I got the full traceability. So what is interesting also is on the LPG, pay-as-you-go for LPG technology, there was always a big discussion about scalability. And the way we've been approached is we succeed to sell 1,000 metric ton of LPG only on pay-as-you-go. So it's really scalable. With only 10 outlets, it's only 10,000 cylinders in circulation, not 40,000. And also 200,000 customers came and buy, and most important is this big screen. 65% of the clients are partially refilling, meaning less than a full cylinder. So these new people to gas. So as an industry, If you want to include low-income people, this will be like plus 60%. So what is interesting also is we got a lot of discussion and we've been approached. So the government of India, with the world leader for clean cooking inclusion, say, as a government, 90% is not enough. We want to look how we can go more than 90%, like to 100%. And the idea is, with this approach of corporate-owned micro-refilling center, you can discuss, you can go to the PMY 2.0. We want to include more people who are still stacking with energy. So in some areas, so we did a lot of research with Indian Oil. We did also with a CEEW to say there's some areas, there's some states, and you can see it's massive, 100%, 90% of the population. If you can see, the green part is people who get access to gas today, thanks to the government of India, thanks to the policy. But they say there's still areas, there's still states that we want to do more. And sometimes the client, the low-income client, they don't have this money to pay up front and be reimbursed. So how can we think and research to get 100% of the population accessing to clean cooking? So this is the type of research we did with CEW. And that's a really open-minded and brainstorming with the audience to say, is there a way that we can think that people can start refill their canister, their branded cylinder, with 40 rupee? In Brazil also, we've seen Fogaz, we're doing a massive job. And at the same time, we know that 26% of the population is still stacking with wood. They use gas, but not only gas. And we want the client to consume only gas. And that's why cooking with wood is also eligible. And there's also regulation with, at the moment, there's some law to say, how can we do a safe micro-refilling controlled by gas company with branded cylinder, so it's safe and inclusive approach. So this is what's happening at the moment also in Brazil. So just to open on terms of subsidies or social support, we've been approached for countries in West Africa to say, we are subsidizing per cylinder, but we are not sure that the usage is for domestic. Some cylinders are used for commercial purpose, like restaurant. How can we control that there's a pure optimization of the subsidy? And if you do the tracking per cylinder per consumption, then you can say, I can give you subsidy up to 15 kg per month. But if you are starting the same cylinder to be refilled for 100 kg, it's no more for domestic use. So you can really optimize. The government get access to the file to say, I will only indemnify, or I will only support until this amount. And what is important for the government is say, I got a population of 25 million people in Ivory Coast, meaning that I need 100 million cylinders to serve. It's not possible. But with this approach, you can have one for one. So it's more inclusive and faster inclusion. And yes, the carbon credit, why not? Maybe it's also a way to search in Brazil, in India, to say, maybe we can blend the subsidy with carbon credit. Maybe it could be also a way to support the government to say, if we can trust and be eligible, if you think about 48 million people in PMY, it's about 4 million tons of LPG, it's about 2 million carbon credit available. And that's it.
Merci. I'll practice my French. Would you like to take a seat? And I'd like to invite fellow panelists onto the stage, Mr. Lakshmi. I was told that I could shorten your name. I hope that's from our friends at Indian Oil Corporation. And Mr. Bansal. Thank you. Welcome. Mr. Bansal from Barrett Petroleum. Welcome. And Michael Kelly, I'd like, because you're the Cooking for Life expert, and as we're going to talk about this, I think it's appropriate that you're here as well. So we've heard from Philippe. I think it's one thing that we have to do is encourage disruptive technology, because technology is how we're going to take our amazing industry to the future and guarantee a happy future for the millions of people. And I think the Brazilian example is excellent. And I think, you know if I'm incorrect, that they have some service standard, and it's Ultragas, who are one of the big marketers in Brazil, the biggest, I think. They have some amazing technology, and they have a kind of like an Uber, where they have the little app, and I think they say that within 17 minutes, is that correct? Depends where they are.
Depends where. Somewhere like if you don't get your cylinder in 30 minutes, it's free. And they have a picture of who's delivering it, and you follow them. They have these special motorcycles that were made, and they were, the regulatory authority approved them. They can carry 2 cylinders. So you go on the app, you order your cylinder, and it's at your house in 30 minutes, or it's free. It's remarkable.
So there's lots to learn from. So as we start the panel off, Michael, we've heard your comments. Philippe, we've heard yours. Mr. Lakshmi, from Indian Oil Corporation, along with Hindustan Petroleum and Bharat, you are at the forefront of the Ujjwala and the Cooking for Life that we have in India, and we see the figures that are absolutely staggering. And we've had the privilege of being many times and witnessing that at first hand. Could I have your opening comments, please, on the Cooking for Life and your thoughts on how we take that forward?
Yeah, thank you. See, as the figures were shared, it's a staggering figure of certainly 300 million customers, and out of that 100 million customers under the Ujjwala scheme itself. Michael was talking about the delivery in 30 minutes. In fact, for these 300 million customers, we deliver it in 1 day, and we have this one. Based on technology, we are also introducing something like what we call it as a Tatkal refill center. That's you book for the refill, and it will be delivered in 2 hours. Of course, we haven't kept any incentives or anything like that, but yes, that's one thing we are also trying. The most important challenge when the numbers go up is the safety, particularly into the customers' kitchens. And yesterday, of course, we were talking about the LPG safety. Now, LPG becoming universal, one of the things which we are trying to do in India as far as safety is concerned is trying to introduce basic LPG safety into the curriculum of the school children. Yesterday, somebody was talking about it is very difficult for me to convince my mom to change to LPG. Of course, it will be true for many of us. It will be very difficult for us to convince our mom, but our children can convince us. Because the children today, they are very active, and certainly they carry the message. So that's why we are thinking that as far as safety is concerned, we want to get it to the children first. And through them, it can reach the family. And once they learn it, future they are going to use it, so it goes into their mind early in their life. So that's one thing which we have been thinking. And coming to the domestic use per se, since we are having so many customers, we also started certain, what you can say, a sort of mini R&D, like Mr. Mittal was mentioning yesterday. We have a unit called LERC, that is LPG Equipment Research Center. We've got hot plates, what we call it as high thermal efficiency hot plates. Nowadays, the hot plate which you're selling, which is used, is about a 68% efficiency. And these high thermal efficiency hot plates have a 74% efficiency, and even take out 1 or 2% out of it, even a 3 or 4% efficiency increase, that saves the import bill to a very great extent. And again, for safety, we have one more thing. One of the other model which we have is the mandatory inspection. That's a customer's premise will be inspected once in 5 years, just to ensure that it's maintained safe. So these are certain challenges which we will face when you go in Cooking for Life, when you are reaching out to masses. The basic challenges which we will be facing is, number one is on safety. And of course, number two is on the people's tendency to go back to biomass, particularly when the costs go up. that's something which with pay gas, we're also trying to find out there are certain regulatory issues are involved in that, because it can suit for certain pockets. Of course, I don't take it that it is for everybody, but yes, there will be certain pockets where it might suit, but we have to really look into it. And in the Brazil's presentation today, I was really surprised. We are literally 180 degrees apart, India and Brazil. And the thought process is just the same. The subsidy has to be there and it has to be targeted. So whether you are getting separated by 180 degrees by the globe, the thought process is going to be the same because the fact remains the same. So that's it from my side. And I think the target of 1 billion customers on clean cooking is a great thing. And if at all, if we get the carbon credit, it should go back to those poor people who actually convert from firewood to clean cooking fuel. Because the people who can afford can really think about the next generation. Now, we are talking of the people who is not sure of tomorrow. So they are not the people who are going to talk of next generation. So if at all, if you are getting any credit out of it, it really belongs to them. If they are sacrificing something and changing their cooking habit or their fuel from firewood to gas, if at all, if there is a carbon credit, it is those people who really deserve it and it should flow back to them.
Could I just add, because you spoke about children and educating children in schools. Indonesia did the same thing. They made education about LPG part of a core curriculum for small children when they did a big switch from biomass to, or from kerosene to LPG in the 2007 to 2010. And it was extremely effective. So you teach the kids, how to expect a cylinder, how to place a cylinder, how to use it, and they go home to their parents. Many of their parents were illiterate or weren't that literate, and the kids trained the parents, and it works extremely well, and it mitigates the fear that a lot of people have of putting a cylinder in their home, which is very real, and it's a challenge that our industry faces in a lot of different markets.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi. You made some really good points there. I think great sort of stepping stone for this discussion. You said we don't want to go back to wood, and Philippe, that's something you said. It's let's not go back to wood, and it's once you've got off that stepping stone from wood and all the inherent dangers that we're very aware of, the instant you bring LPG into a home, instantly the quality of life is enhanced. Also, we talked about education, which I'd like to come back to shortly. And one of the things that we say is, on the LPG journey, you leave no one behind, and we put people first. And moving on to your colleague from India, Mr. Bansal, can you give us your opening thoughts as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Since we are talking about cooking for life, and when this PMUI scheme was going on, I was in a rural part of the country as a sales officer. So I'd like to share how it actually happened. It converted from an individual to family, to village, to district, then how it actually happened. So when the scheme was launched, so actually there were some early adopters who immediately came to the distributors and they started demanding the cylinders. So we gave them. So after that, what happened that within the family, like the brother of the person who got the connection, then he encouraged that person, you should also get, it is a good thing. So then it happened within the family. Then there was a very healthy competition that started, like smoke-free villages. So within the village, there is a Gram Pradhan who is the head of the village elected representative. So there was a healthy competition among the villages, like they wanted to declare their villages as smoke-free villages. So then it happened that all the villages, these people, because they were the political and they have some power, so they were encouraging the people of their village to get these connections and start using LPG. Then it happened at the block level, and then at the district level, we have something called the OMC officer. They are called the DNOs, district nodal officers. So within the 3 OMCs, one of the officers is declared as the DNOs. So then there was a competition between the DNOs that which districts are performing best in PMUI. So this is how actually it became a movement, and the village people, these pradhans, they actually started encouraging the people in their village to start using LPG and uplift their society. Then the girls, I personally know like so many ladies, like young girls, they were not married. So when this, they got the connections, some of them started working as teachers. And then some of them, also we employed some of these ladies as mechanics, and like Lakshmi sir said, we needed a lot of behavioral change, like women in India, because they were cooking on this biomass, so they were accustomed to cooking by sitting on the floor, because it is on the floor. So for them to stand and cook on this platform, it was a big change for them. So they were not used to stand up and cooking. So then these girls started going to the village, to the women in their villages, and teach them how to properly use the LPG, and this also happened. Then and slowly we are seeing that, as yesterday also it was mentioned, that the consumption of these households is slowly going up. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you, Mr. Van Salen. The whole smoke-free villages, I don't know how many are aware of this. It's a fantastic project that, Michael, you went, and we filmed a video. And on the WLPGA website, we've got lots and lots of free information about this. And we did a video on the Smoke-Free Villages project. And what you say, it's passionate, that, and we don't always think automatically, because especially where I live in France, you know, we're used to the fact that we stand up when we cook. And then to hear those stories, it's a life changer. It just changes everything about your daily existence, and all for the good. So it's fantastic. And we'll go back to this shortly. I've got lots of questions, but before we move on, can I hear some questions from the audience? Anybody got any questions you'd like to address to any of the esteemed panelists? Don't be shy.
Come on, guys.
It's that Friday feeling. No hands? We'll get there. Okay. So let's not go back to wood. Philippe, what have been your top 3 learnings from what you've heard today and what you've heard from Indian Oil and Hindustan Bharat? Is there anything that you think you can immediately start applying? We're taking you, even though you're French, as our South African representative here today. What are the positives?
So first, India is a great country for clean cooking inclusion. That's the number one. And the most important is safety. Okay, so the micro-refilling model there was a lot of loopholes, but as soon as it's controlled by the LPG companies themselves, owned, maintained, this is the only way you can progress in this way. So safety is everything, controlled by a gas company. Listening to clients, listening to people. Smoke-free village, very important, because at the end, they are the customer. So they are very focused on customer. The whole policy of the government is focused on customers. There's a real dedication. And that's sometimes the challenge we can have in our countries is more privatized, meaning that, you know, South Africa was the most discriminated country in 1994. And MTN created a universal solution for anyone to get access to cell phone. So it was a private company who takes the initiative to say, look, we got discrimination in power purchase, but if you can pay your cell phone on pay-as-you-go, anyone can be connected, anyone can communicate. So I think that India, if we can have this commitment to say, look, clean cooking is a priority number 1 for the government. Yeah, it could be private, it could be public, but we need to focus on it. So that's really what the lesson learned from India.
Thank you. And safety, we've heard a lot of talk about safety, and the WLPGA has 4 pillars of activity, and safety is actually one of them. So for us, it's it's paramount. I'd like to talk a little bit about education, and that's also really important, and the ways we educate, and starting from the little kids, because it's the little kids that will come home and say, Mummy, you know, this is how you do this and this is how you do it safely, so we have to encourage them. But also the ways that your companies educate. I know many years ago we were in India and we wanted to do an education around LPG, and we did it via the radio, because you have to look at the right models. We'll talk about communication later today, but there's no point doing it on social media if the communities don't have access, but they do listen to the radio. And we did a really cool thing in Delhi and in Mumbai with a radio program. Now, do you have programs at Indian Oil Corporation, Mr. Lakshmi, that educate, and where, through universities or through schools or through what streams?
Yeah, as customer education is, of course, one of the most important factors, particularly when a rollout of such a massive scale happens. Because accidents put you back by many steps. Say, for example, if you're talking of converting people to cooking from biomass to LPG, and maybe you are 5 steps forward. Say maybe you increase the LPG coverage by 5%, and there is one major accident, it will put you back by weeks, if not months. So that's something very important. And we have, in India, all the 3 marketing companies, we have a very structured way of customer education. One, we call it as a safety clinic, where the distributors and the officers, they go out, we take the residential societies and take them for a safety clinic, where we impart knowledge of how to cook, how to use LPG safely, and also how to conserve. There are 2 parameters to it. One is safe cooking and one is conservation of fuel. And we used to have an organization called PCRA, where they were doing analysis on conservation of fuel. And they have listed down certain, after long research, they listed down some 13 or 14 simple steps to be followed for conserving fuel. So both these things, we put safety and conservation as a clinic for the customers. Now, over a period, what happened, these clinics were becoming a sort of monotonous. And particularly in cities, the people were not ready to come forward because the lifestyle, the time, etc., that was becoming a challenge. So we thought that, okay, to break the monotony, then the idea of the LPG Panchayat came, where the vocal person from the village or from the community starts explaining the very same things to their counterparts. So the reception became bigger, and the panchayats were used for, number one, using a fresh customer, converting a customer from biomass to LPG, as well as to educate the customers on safe. Then as a third part, we found that, okay, the best way to do the customer education, instead of educating the mother, you may educate the daughter or son. That's why we went to schools. So the safety clinics today are more aimed in the schools and colleges than in the housing societies. So that's how we came up with the idea of why not get it into the curriculum, and with the help of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, spearheaded by Mr. Mittal, now we have put up the proposal that it will go into the curriculum. So safety, this is the approach we are having. We are having now safety clinics, the panchayats, going to the school, and ultimately getting to the curriculum.
Michael?
How about, since you guys want to ask us questions, how are your companies trying to educate consumers? And maybe Hadi, if she's still here, or someone can respond to this. How are South African companies or SADC companies trying to educate consumers on safety? There's a hand there. If we have a microphone. Raise your hand again, please. Yep. Because it'd be interesting to know what kind of programs are happening now in this market?
Good morning. My name is Sam Marshall. What we do is we run some of the information programs for GSA. And one of the things that we created was an online police called Gasper. And we troll, for lack of a better word, all social media platforms. And wherever we find a comment or a thread, we directly engage with the individuals that posted that misinformation. We DM them directly, we engage with them, and we have been targeting 1,000 of these misinformation comments a month. And we've been incredibly successful in not only engaging with us, one of the tweets was retweeted more than, I think was liked 800,000 times, and was retweeted over 31,000 times. And it was a question about how safe do you feel around gas? And it was quite misleading and was a lot of misinformation. So we actually delved into each of those comments, engage with those individuals, and one of the ways we're engaging with them is to directly go to the source of the misinformation online, because that's where the world is living at the moment.
Who are making these comments? Like,
so these are people that are scared of using gas. These are people, we forget that sometimes your biggest source of trust or mistrust is your brother, your sister, your cousin, your family member. And testimonial marketing is still a very powerful tool. And if your brother tells you that they hate a restaurant, believe it or not, you're going to carry that information. Next time somebody suggests that restaurant, you're not going to go there because the source of trust has told you that they don't like that restaurant. So we've purposefully gone after the kind of misinformation to say, and we've created a bunch of elements, not just direct comments, but we've created infographics, videos. So there's a lot of other additional information that we not bombard that person with, but we kind of share into their environment. And we're hoping that by engaging directly with that person, that they somehow by default become an ambassador, because now they're informed, they have access to information. We also deal with, for example, misleading images, where you'll find this massive cylinder in a lounge with a small heater. So we provide a lot of information, but we've created an online police, and that's what we've been doing for the last 5 months.
That's really impressive, and I think there's something that you mentioned, Mr. Lakshmi, that it's two things. How do we deal with misinformation? Because it's damaging. It takes one accident to put back all the very good work that we see. Mr. Bansal, how do you deal with misinformation within Bharat?
As mentioned yesterday, JAM. So mobile was initially also a very integral part, and after the rollout of this 4G and 5G, and data prices are very economical in India. So we also, what we are doing on social media is like we are these beneficiaries. Like hundreds of videos, we are collecting hundreds of videos from these beneficiaries, how they are getting benefited, and we are tweeting and putting it on social media. So this is also a way of spreading our safety and this social messages. So that also, we are like physical part is one part, what Lakshmi sir mentioned, that physical presence in the schools and LPG panchayats and safety clinics, and another part is the social media, what we are doing. Like we encourage the customers to make these videos, like how they are benefited from the use of LPG, and these are in regional languages. So when people see their counterparts from villages and they are tweeting and putting this on social media, so this is also a way, and apart from that, we are also, from our side, we are also circulating some safety videos and messages regularly on our handles. But these customer videos are like what makes it more viral and more reach the wider population. So that's also we are doing.
Yeah, and I think that social media today is still the most powerful communication model that we have. There's a hand. Sir. And while we're waiting for this gentleman to stand up, I just wanted to mention that you talked about creating videos and sharing that. Who knows what happens on the 7th of June? Yeah, Taryn. It's LPG Day. So we created LPG Day as an official day, mark it in your diaries, because we realise that we don't have a day and we deserve a day. And every year we invite all our members to contribute. It's a social media whirl. We get more social media interaction on the 7th of June than throughout the whole year. In India, all those videos, they come to the fore. It's fantastic what we get. So we're going to expect that in South Africa going forward. But sir, I think you may have a microphone now, and I know you had your hand up. Please say who you are and where you come from.
My name is Zuko Tofile. I'm from Basikas. I operate in Soweto. My company trains, or rather educates people in a haphazard way. Now that I've been here for the last 3 days, we have posters that we have downloaded from YouTube indicating how to connect your stove to the cylinder with the tube. And our experience is that there's a big gap in knowledge of the usage of LPG instruments, not just gas, just how gas appliances work. And that has been a big drawback in growing the LPG sector in our community. My recommendation would be possibly LPG South Africa and the manufacturers of appliances and the gas manufacturers to have programs on medias that the community consume, like radio, for instance, like TV programs that deal in communicating, with the community, because there's a big influence in that. And what I liked about Focus was the fact that they had people they have identified as ambassadors of or testing rather the product. And in that testing, the user then wanted to continue using LPG. I think that's fantastic. What we should be doing as people in the sector is to identify, as we would say in marketing terms, centers of influence, people who are respected in our community to be the people who would use our product and then disseminate the information.
Thank you. I agree with you that there's clearly, wherever we are in the world, there's this knowledge gap that we need to address. But also you said something important again, and we've said this already today, ambassadors, and how important that is. Philippe.
So one experience that's worked well for all of you who are selling gas is a cooking competition. So to convince, because we are working inside townships, and people, they got the habits. So we say, okay, let's use 10 rand of gas, 10 rand of paraffin, 10 rand of electricity. Let's cook together. We hire a top chef, and let's do something fun. Because speaking about LPG molecule is a bit boring, but speaking about cooking is quite enjoying. And you organize with your client, say, you compare cooking with paraffin, with kerosene, or electricity, or LPG. And then you organize, and you see there's a good vibe, and people say, yes, there's no smoke, it doesn't smell paraffin, it's not stopping because electricity with 10 rand, you don't go far. And people, they make their own opinion on something very, very fun, like cooking. That's the experience I encourage you to do with your client.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea to have cooking competitions. We're going to take that and do something with that. We could do a big one in Cape Town. And we talked about ambassadors, and when we launched Cooking for Life, who's heard of Jamie Oliver? So we were really lucky. We got Jamie Oliver for a year to be our ambassador, and he donated a card with a recipe, and it was chili or curry.
Vegetarian chili.
Vegetarian chili. And so we were able to use him, and I think if you get that, that is the holy grail of communications, if you get somebody like that who has a voice and people recognize. We're drawing to the close. This is a great conversation that could go on. Do we have any more questions before I ask for closing comments from our panels? Sir?
Thank you. Wandile Kumeta again. I just want to take the devil's advocate part here to say, are we not targeting sort of like, for now, the wrong people? Because people in the rural and the township, I'm going to start with the township, we don't pay for electricity. I don't mind waiting that 2 hours until ESCOM lights again, instead of spending $300 buying a 9-liter, right? In the rural, I can go get wood. My grandmother still uses her old iron wood stove. She's fine. It's amazing in winter. It heats, it cooks. It's not that great in summer. It's torture, right? But everyone aspires to be South Africa's middle class or the rich. So why don't we target those guys, right? Because those guys are easy to educate. They are on social media, right? They have YouTube, they have the data to actually engage, right? So why don't you target those guys? Because they are the ones also that use the most electricity. They run the pool, they're the ones that run the big fridges and you name it. They cook every day or 3 times a day like Mr. Kumete said the other day, right? Compared to the rural where you cook once a day, in the morning or you cook in the evening. So are we not targeting the wrong people by trying to get people in the townships and people in the rural to move, right? Shouldn't we be targeting the rich guys first? Because they can pay for the conversion from electrical to a gas stove. You can educate them a bit better because, one, English, right? In the rural, you'll have to now do all the official languages in terms of going to all the radios. But if you do it in the metros first, everyone aspires to live in the metros, to have a middle-income life. You can get the banks to say, we will fund the conversion of the stove from electric to gas, right? These are the things that I think we should be focusing on now. And then with time, just like how everyone aspires to be middle class in South Africa, right, from the rural. The moment you move from the rural to like Joburg or the metros, you see people using LPG, you're like, oh, so this is the right way to use, instead of trying to go for the people in the rural. Because the big consumers are the people in the metros. Thank you.
Good point, and it's identifying influences as well. Michael?
Well, look, I mean, generally, the way LPG markets evolve is they start in urban areas because you have critical mass, distribution's easier, economies of scale. And the way we kind of address this challenge is we often say to people that LPG is not a solution for everyone in developing countries, because oftentimes you have people in remote rural areas and it's simply too expensive. Once you factor in the cost of logistics, and if you have bad infrastructure, by the time you get a cylinder to a remote rural area, it's prohibitively expensive. So you're better off trying to grow a market in an urban area, in a peri-urban area, hoping that that will free up resources in rural areas, such as charcoal biomass, if it's being consumed in urban areas. And then eventually, LPG will move out to the rural areas as well. And we've seen this pattern over and over again in places like even the United States, where at first propane was used to cook with in urban areas, and then it became a rural fuel. Once infrastructure, grid infrastructure, natural gas pipelines came into the urban areas. And today, in places like Canada, Australia, the United States, if you go in rural areas, you'll pass houses that have a huge LPG tank in the back. And it's become the fuel of rural areas. That process has to repeat itself in developing countries. It's kind of a natural progression for our industry.
Yeah, very much so. I think, thank you. We're drawing to the close, and I'm conscious that it's coffee time. I see a gentleman with his hand raised, so we'll take one more question, two more questions. Please make it brief, and let me know who you're directing your question or comment to.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Andrew Guri from Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority. I'd like to hear Kelly's comments on the pay gas innovation. I want to hear his comments on the safety aspects of that mode of operation, especially regarding partial filling of customer-owned cylinders.
Partial filling, I mean, look, my friends in the pay gas industry or pay gas system, and there's a system also being pioneered in East Africa called Paygo Energy, pay as you go, and they're using M-Pesa, which is tax credit money. So it's a different concept, but it's the same idea. You are buying small amounts of gas, which solves a huge problem for our industry at the bottom of the pyramid. In the past, our industry has been resistant to partial filling of cylinders because with the technology that existed in the past, it wasn't possible to do it safely. I think that's changed. And I think it's companies like Paygas and it's companies like Paygo that are driving this change. And it's interesting that you guys aren't coming from the LPG industry, you're coming from the development community and the NGO world. And that is maybe the kind of fresh thinking that our industry needed to solve this particular problem. So I think we should welcome them into our industry with caveats. You know, we have to make sure your system works. We have to make sure it's safe, but it's targeting an extremely important problem for our industry. And if it works well, it'll be the iPhone for our industry, and it'll unlock markets from here in Southern Africa to Asia to Latin America, where we simply didn't have the ability to get to poor communities in the past.
Philippe, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. Let's compare landline telecom industry and cell phone industry, like the iPhone. Remember when they started the cell phone industry, they said, look, there will be like radiation, cancer, and everything. There will be like hundreds of players. But at the end, you say the regulator put the rules. So you don't have many rogue cell phone company. Okay, you got regulated one. You make the cell phone quite safe in a way that the last iPhone 12 was removed from France because there was too much emission. So the rule of the regulator is key to say, let's make it safe for the client. And I think that today, there's none of us who got a landline anymore. We are all moved to cell phone. And you are safe and you are comfortable because the regulator organizes things that it is safe for the client. So I think it's a good comparison. So nobody wants to be back to the landline. So it's just an evolution with each stakeholder, the state, regulators, company, and client at the end. If we were on the landline today, 10% of you will be on the phone, 90% will be outside. So it's a
true.
good thing.
Yeah, we don't think we're on our cell phones all the time. We don't think, oh, is it safe? Mr. Jain, you had a question.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Himanshu from Bharat Petroleum. Actually, my question is to the Philip from Paygas. Actually, your idea of pay as you use gas, that's a wonderful idea, and you have actually hit the nail. It was actually a need of the hour. But my main question that is arising in me that how you are managing the pricing of for that particular 1 kg, 2 kg, because are you the price of the wholesale amount, means in marketing companies, they have the price of like you are buying in a wholesale amount, they give the better price. But if you are buying a small quantity, they charge you a lot. So how you are managing to do that? How you are reaching the break even? Because the filling at particular village, it involves the infrastructure cost, manpower cost, and you are filling only 1 kg, 2 kg. So how you are going to manage? That's the main question.
That's a very good question. And very customer oriented. You know, if your client get less than 50 rand per day, why do you want to overcharge if you take less? So what is nice in South Africa, the price is regulated by the government. There's a maximum retail price. So you just divide the price by the quantity you can offer. And the second point you mentioned is 1 kg, 2 kg. People that don't think about kg. Do you go with your car at the petrol station and say, I want 1 or 2 liter? No. You say, I got $1, $2. So the mindset is money into quantity. And that's a big change. First, don't overcharge. Your clients are low income. So you just need to divide the quantity by the price. And then you just get volume. So it's gas is commodity, so it's price and volume. So just respect this rule. Not overcharge, same price that if you buy 100 rand or 10 rand, and then client will come. It's like Amazon, they don't charge you for delivery. Why? They want volume. So that's the way you can solve this challenge. Just not to overcharge, and country with regulated price are the good one to start for this approach, because then the client say, yes, it's cheap to cook with gas. At the end, they do the calculation. If it's cheaper, they will come.
Thank you. Right, what we'd like to do is we'll draw to a close. Final comments. Mr. Bansal, have you got anything final you'd like to say to wrap this up?
Yes, so I think when we talk about safety, there are two aspects. Safety and usage also. Like one is the behavioral aspect, and then one is the physical aspect, like whether there is availability of good infrastructure and all. So I would like to just quote an example, like that person also mentioned, like there should be TV programs and some promotion kind of thing. So what happened in India, that one of these LPG panchayats that happened in the President House, in the President of India, he conducted a safety panchayat. So that got a lot of media coverage, and people start accepting that. And now there is like kind of a society pressure also, like if a person is not cooking in LPG, despite having a LPG cylinder, like he will have a societal pressure from the peers that in his house they are using wood, so it is looked down upon. So that kind of changes slowly that happen, and then you have to cover it up with the affordability issues, like what Philip mentioned. Like for that there can be like a combination of like one is the raising the standard of living of the people, giving them employment, and that is a long-term thing. Then in short term, maybe pay as you go, or something like a microfinance kind of thing. So that is a combination of options that we are looking for solving that problem. And I think we are going in a positive direction, and with these new technologies, and I think we can make it.
Thank you. Yeah, new technologies, and of course you've got support at the very highest level in India, which is why it drives it so efficiently. Mr. Lakshmi, I'm going to ask you and invite you just to close with your final comments on this. Thank you.
See, during one of the questions, he raised a very important question regarding the accessories of LPG. Because the LPG marketing companies, in my opinion, should not stop at selling only LPG, because ultimately it's for the customer, he requires apart from cylinder and LPG, he also requires a hot plate, and the most vulnerable part is the rubber tube, which connects the hot plate to the cylinder. So there also we had a lot of R&D into it, and we don't use the rubber tube anymore in India. It's as per law itself, we have stopped that, and they have to use a Suraksha hose. It's basically a reinforced rubber. And when Government of India announced the Ujjwala scheme, it included the cost of that Suraksha hose also. It's not that you just give the cylinder and LPG and leave the customer for finding out where he will get the pressure regulator, or where he will get this rubber tube, or where he will get the hot plate. Then you are leaving too many variables into the open market, and you never know what type of rubber tube will come or what type of regulator will come. So we market as an installation. It's not a LPG cylinder. It's cylinder, gas inside that, the regulator, the hose, and the hot plate. So that's an important question which he raised, because this rubber tube is one of the what I can say, the weakest link in the entire chain. And LPG companies should, in my opinion, should go and give these things along with the LPG so that the customer doesn't fall trap. I mean, ultimately somebody will try to cut corners of cost in the rubber tube. It is a question of maybe few cents, but it's a question of life and death. So that's one thing which the LPG marketing companies should be looking at.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lakshmi, Mr. Bansal, Philippe, and of course Michael. Round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you very much. And
Can we have a round of applause for Alison?
we're closing there. It's just before 11:15. Coffee break, tea break. Please reconvene in 30 minutes for the Women in LPG session, and thank you very much. See you shortly. I'm going to ask you to take your seats because this is the only thing between you and lunch. Why am I holding a champagne bucket? I can hear you all asking. There's a very good reason for this. At the end of this 2-hour session, 3 lucky people will win a prize. And they're very good prizes. It's from I've brought them from Paris. And it's a company called Longchamp, who are a little bit like Louis Vuitton. They make very high-end professional leather goods. And so there are 3 Longchamp gifts that we're going to give away to 3 lucky people at the end. If you want to be in the running for the prize draw, Taryn is going to come round with this famous bucket. Please put your business card in there. If you haven't got your business card, then just write your name and your email and what your company is on a piece of paper and screw it up and put it in there. Okay? Thank you. And you can only put 1 card in. So, we're starting now this exciting session, which is motivating diversity in our industry. Can I have your attention, please? Wait. There's one more piece of housekeeping that I want to kindly ask is, if you do leave the room, would you be kind enough to close the door, because there's quite a lot of noise pollution that comes through. So if you would please close the door when you come in. So, women in LPG. You may recognize this photograph that's a bit faded out. This was taken at the launch of Women in LPG South Africa. You may recognize some of the people on there. I'm the communications director of the World LPG Association. We're based in France. I'm also the manager of the Women in LPG Global Network. I'm going to set the scene because I think it's important that you understand where this network has come from and why it was born and why we're trying to change the face of our amazing industry. So I'll go through 3 things. Why women in LPG? What are business cases? What do we do? And very importantly, I'll finish talking a bit about national chapters. So why women in LPG? Well, I believe a picture paints 1,000 words. This was us in 2015. What do you see or what do you not see on that photograph? This was at a conference in Seoul, in South Korea. And we realized that there was an issue here that we needed to address, to have diversity. But do we provide dream jobs? Because if we don't provide dream jobs, then we're not going to attract women and young talent to our industry. Yet, we are not a minority. 55% of graduates entering the workforce are women, but only 10% enter the workforce at executive level. And women are twice as likely to drop out midway through their careers. And our NGOs that we work with very closely say, and somebody mentioned this yesterday, I think, that most LPG consumers are women. They're the ones that make the purchasing decisions. And yet, within the industry itself, it's largely male-dominated at the highest level. So back in the heady days of 2015, we at the WLPGA saw that there was definitely a need to address this issue and set the wheels in motion to do something about repairing this imbalance. And as we're the global body for LPG, we took that initiative and we decided that we were the ones that would kick this off. Let me talk about our business goals, because a lot of, I remember right at the very early days, somebody who shall remain nameless but is not here, said to me, Alison, what's your little women's group going to do? So before I punched him in the face, I thought we need to get our messaging right. We need to do this right. We get one shot at it. And when we very first gave a presentation about women in LPG. It was in Manchester in the UK. And we got the messaging wrong. And Nikki and I realized that we got it wrong. And it was like, hands up, because we had people come into us and said, well, this is aggressive. This is not an aggressive body. This is look around. This is men and men are as welcome as women are, and that's very important. So we're not an anti-male environment. It's the absolute opposite. Without our male support and ambassadors, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. When we set up Women in LPG, we had a look around, and we were one of the very few oil and gas or energy companies that did not already have a women's network. So we worked very closely with the International Nuclear Association, and if you think about it, the nuclear industry faces quite a few of the similar challenges that we do in perceptions of the industry. I'm just going to move that. They were incredibly generous, and we met them in London, and they have a very well-established body called Women in Nuclear. So we basically kind of borrowed their setup, their format, because we felt it worked. They are over 20 years old. They'd got 25,000 members and 40 national chapters around the world. Every year, we produce an action plan. It gives the background of what we do. It gives, importantly, our milestones, because we have to have targets. And it also details the governance. Basically, the governance is 3 people. It's myself, it's Nikki Brown, who is my partner in crime, who also lives in France, and Pam Inderjeeth, who is our global chair. And we ensure that everything is run equitably and also fairly and professionally. So this can be found on our website, www.wlpga.org. We listen and we evolve. It's like anything, if you don't move on, you'll stagnate. When we first started Women in LPG, we had 3 pillars of activity. We had to support and retain. We do not want to lose good women in our industry. Promotion and advocacy. Within your companies, there are many companies and many countries represented here today. Your ambassadors, please go back and tell the people, the women in your industry, that this network exists. We want all women in our industry to be aware and educate and attract. This is longer term, but let's go into universities and schools. Let's encourage women to be part of STEM subjects. Let's encourage women to join this fantastic industry. However, we added a new pillar, encourage and develop, and this was when our Kenyan chapter opened, and I'll talk about national chapters shortly, but every national chapter has a different goal. And in Kenya, what they wanted to do was really encourage women who are not in the industry yet to cook with LPG, understand the benefits, liberate them so that they can then become part of the industry. And I was talking to an amazing lady yesterday who is doing that very thing here in the finance, and she was telling me exactly that, and I won't go into all the details of her story, but so we've added encourage and develop to our 4 pillars. But how can we achieve gender balance? It's got to be the right person for the right job. It can't just be because you're a woman, come on, you can do this job. It's got to be the right person. But at entry level in our careers, at mid-level, and at executive level, there are certain steps that our leaders can follow, that we need to encourage them to develop as part of their own process. I won't read this, but I think you'll have access to the slides later. So, as I said, we move and we develop. This year, we're part of the WLPGA. We're a body of the WLPGA. And the WLPGA runs on a 3-year strategic plan. So every 3 years, we look at what we're doing throughout the whole industry, where we need to focus, and how we will move it forward. So this is year 1 of the current 3-year plan, and it's new, and it's exciting. We've got a new global chair, who you're going to hear from shortly, and Pam, I know you all know her, but what you perhaps don't know is that Pam was one of our Women of the Year, richly deserved in Amsterdam. Our goal was to launch at least 2 new national chapters. We held a global webinar in May, and at the request of our Spanish-speaking community, we're going to hold a Spanish-speaking webinar in October, because we've got chapters in Mexico, in Colombia, in Brazil, even though I know Brazil speaks Portuguese, but you get the drift, and also the US. So we're going to hold our first Spanish webinar. We've got new ambassadors. These are high-level people who commit to support us. Role models, we want to hear your success stories. That's what makes it tick. So on our website, we have about 30 role model profiles. Have a look. You'll read lots of inspiring stories. And we're also going to start looking at mentorship and how we can do an international mentorship masterclass. That's coming soon. This is really important. Awards. Without recognition, everybody likes a bit of recognition, right? So we started off with a Woman of the Year award about 4 years ago. Then we adapted it and we launched a Young Woman of the Year award. We decided young meant if you were under 35. Don't ask me why, but that was the cutoff. And those 2 awards have been running. And then I was in Colombia last year and speaking with Nancy, who runs that, and she said, you know what? You're missing a chunk of, she said it in Spanish, so I was Googling it the whole time. She said, you're missing a chunk of exceptional women. And those are the field women, the truck drivers, women who work and manage filling stations. These women need recognition. So this year, we launched the Field Stroke Technical Groundbreaker Award. The closing date for the awards is actually tomorrow, but because there's a sea of inspirational women here, I want you to have a look at our website. We will extend this until the middle of October, and we really want to see some input from South Africa. You already have your Woman of the Year, so let's make it another one. I just would like to finish by talking about national chapters. National chapters mean that we can do the work in country. We can't be everywhere as well. And everywhere that we go, there's a different need. What happens in the US is very different than what might happen in Myanmar or in India or in Mexico. So I have a target of 2 new national chapter launches each year. What that means is that I'll talk about what that means shortly, but it needs a core committee and it needs commitment. This year we were in Morocco, and you can see the photos. We had an amazing day with 60 women who said to me afterwards they had never had that opportunity to just connect. It was a very sort of intimate knowledge exchange, if you like. And then we were in Mexico, and we launched in Mexico as well, which again was fantastic. So here are our current national chapters, and that's too small. Brazil, Colombia, India, Kenya, Myanmar, Nigeria, Poland, South Africa, the USA, Mexico, and Morocco. So you can see that we're growing. It also means we're on the road a lot. Our pipeline is as follows. We're working on launching a chapter in Ghana, maybe later this year. This means that Africa is winning in the number of chapters that we have. In the Middle East, in Turkey, and in the UK. And those are our next. But there are 20 countries represented here. If you are not in South Africa and in your country you think, hang on, I want this in my country, come and see me or contact me and we can look at how we can set that up and make it work for you. So what does it mean to be a national chapter? You need a person who will be the point of contact, the main point of contact. We're thrilled that we have Barbara Brooks, stand up, round of applause, who is our national coordinator. for South Africa. What that means is that every 2 months we have a phone call with all the national chapter coordinators, and they exchange their stories, what they've been doing, because there's some fantastic examples. Develop a core team. You've got the support here, you've got Hadi, you've got Zikona, you've got the support, and of course Taryn, you've got the support here. Disseminate the news about Win LPG within your company. Raise awareness, make sure that everyone in your company knows that this exists and it's an opportunity for them. It's free to join. There's no commitment. I have a target. We've got nearly 3,000 members. So I do have a target, and I'm sure Pam's going to mention this, and we need the contact details so that we can add them to our network. So as Taryn is coming around with a famous champagne bucket, and as you put your business cards in, I'm accepting that as your acknowledgement that you will be part of this, the network, Win LPG. And then if you have ambassadors, for example, head of Oryx, Blaise Edger is an ambassador. These are people who commit, who say, I support you, and we need their voices as well. So here's what you can all do. Engage with your company. Use this network, be part of it. Join the knowledge exchange sessions when we do hold them. We always hold a big one during LPG week, so of course next year we'll hold a really big one. In fact, the launch of Women in LPG India, where am I? This is because South Africa, took place in the room where we had dinner last night. Did you know that? Follow us on social media. We have a Facebook page and LinkedIn. Join the webinars when we do them, and nominate yourselves for the awards. That's my contact details. Before I move on to our next speaker, does anybody have any questions? We will have a panel shortly. Nope. Okay. How this is going to run, we've got 2 hours. The first hour will be focusing on the domestic challenges and opportunities we have. Then in the second hour, what I want to do is give a little speaker training pointers. Who speaks in public for a living? So, who's frightened of speaking in public? Although, I've just got, when we start the second, I've got a little sort of 10-minute introduction on speaking in public tips, which I hope you find helpful. And then we're going to do the actual networking bit. So, without further ado, I'm thrilled to welcome my dear friend and our global chair, Pam Inderjeeth, for your comments. Please welcome Pam.
How's that for Alison? So eloquent and captivating. A louder round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, so it's been a fantastic 2 days, and we all would agree with that. There's so much in terms of sharing in our wrap-up, and Khadi and I will do that later in the day. Let's get back to this topic, where I'm switching caps now into the global Women Global Network, the LPG Global Network. Did you hear Alison say in her presentation, Africa's winning? Did we hear that? Are we going to stay there? Yes, please. We are definitely going to stay there. And it's with all the initiatives that we're putting together. Barbara, why don't you come join us in the front, please? Thank you. So, the Department of Energy, you heard them throughout this last 3 days. And you're going to hear from Elizabeth shortly in terms of their support in terms of women, not only in this industry, but across the petroleum sector. So Elizabeth will share shortly, and we're looking forward to hearing from her. But it is indeed extremely encouraging to have that backup, coupled with the support that we get from the WLPGA. The SA chapter, as Alison actually said, was launched back in 2016. That's a long time ago. But when you look at the level of membership, it's just become quite stagnant. And that's why, no pressure, Barbara, but Barbara's going to be that link for you to get in contact and to make sure that we start facilitating our conversations around the Africa chapters. You heard me just speak about the Department of Energy, but what I must also say, it's lovely, it's enlightening to actually see that whilst we say women in this network, there's so many men that we are supported with. So men can also join this network to take women's careers to another level. And this is what we encourage. So thank you to all those sitting in this room who have made the sacrifice and continue to do so, even for those who are not here. Believe me, there's many coaches and mentors out there. So go and choose your coach and really take control of your own career, please. So I just want to take advantage when I speak about male support. In this room, and he was also here last night, and I know Khadi is probably going to laugh and smile at me right now. But we have Mr. Magubela, who is the DDG. I always call him the LPG man. He's joined a couple of our webinars in support of women empowerment. And yes, he was with us last night and over the last 2 days. We also have someone else in the room, and he's the CEO of Sapir. He's also backed us up. Fani, please stand up. Let's give Fani a round of applause. He was recently at the Women's Breakfast, so having that presence from such a senior person in the industry really shows support. So thank you. No pressure. Please continue to do that. Okay, so I'm proud as well to have advocated many career moves and female leaders that have been appointed in leadership roles. Some of them, most of them sitting around a table here. But also career advancement, including our first female MD of the LPG Association, and I love laboring this point. It's a role that came after 35 years of having a male in this position. And she's no stranger to you guys. You can see how she spreads the word and voice and advocation of the LPG topic. So that's Khadi in front of you here. So let's recap quickly, specifically on the LPG topic. So much was said during the summit. Let's remind ourselves, and Tams, I'm going to steal something from your panel that you did so well at, which you touched on from the learnings of our Indian delegation. It's one of many that will stick with us. It's 8 hours cooking down to 2 hours cooking, and that time reallocated to educating our community, our kids. How uplifting was that story? Africa can do that. Africa can definitely roll this out and learn from that. That was really a fantastic sharing. And then it moved on to actually empowering them as decision makers so they can continue to cook. And I think someone said it came from a male, by the way, that they were burning their food. So let the females get on with it, and they'll take 2 hours, but they won't burn the food. Okay, so Alison, I don't want to repeat Alison's messaging. You can see this global network. There's coaching, there's mentoring. There's really taking time out to sit with you, guide you, support you. There's many success stories. So I encourage you to put your bubbly in that bucket that's going around, and we can then register onto this network. Okay, so the last but not least is, since the inception of this, are we sharing our stories? If you look across the globe, they are sharing their stories, their successes with pride. I believe there's a lot of organizations really getting on with a lot. This is not filtering to the global network. You heard Alison mention Nikki. She's got her finger on the pulse when it comes to this. She wants to hear from you, and she wants to publish this. Let's start spreading our story. I mean, just over the last 2 days, I've heard technical schools, I've heard women empowerment programs. There is so much that's happening just within our region that we're not filtering through to the global network. Imagine in Rome, the African story is going to be presented by Alison. Can we please just start sharing our story? We really need to, because each and every one of us is contributing to that. You would agree with me when I say that, Alison also said it, it's perceived as a male-dominated industry. Let's make that shift. Let's transition to that. You should have a pipeline within your companies in terms of succession planning and what you're doing. Okay, I have so much on this topic, but I don't want to take up time because you do have a lot. But congratulations to Barbara. No pressure, but the role, you're very clear in your appointment as national coordinator, the objective of the network and what is required of you. Promote, develop, accelerate the membership. We need to put Africa back at the top. Enable us to praise the efforts, and this can be done by this global network. Communications and membership drive, please, let's just go for it. Let's just take Nikki's advice. She's constantly messaging us through this forum. And then last, let me get to the last point. Okay, and I know you will touch on it again a little later, Alison, but it is about become the success story of breaking barriers, have a part to play in advocacy and skills development. Join this network, mark your commitment, enter the awards, please. Become part of this global pool of active participation. I'm going to repeat Alison's words, and it was like, let's turn dialogue into action. So watch this space, and back to you.
You can see why Pam was Woman of the Year. You mentioned Nikki, and I just wanted to say a virtual thanks to Nikki, and an amazing woman. She lives near me in the middle of nowhere in southern France. She works tirelessly behind the scenes. I wanted her to come, but she's actually selling her house this week, so it was a little bit of bad timing, but she has to get a lot of the thanks of all the hard work she's put in. And Pam, you said so many on-point things there. Before we move into our panel, I'd like to welcome another friend of Women in LPG, Elizabeth Marabwa. Excuse me if I said your name wrong. I think she's known to probably everybody here from DMRE. Elizabeth is pretty important and inspiring. She's Chief Director, Programs and Projects in the Management Office. And one of the projects that she focuses on is gender empowerment and transformation. So she's going to talk about this now. So please welcome Elizabeth to the floor.
Good morning. As coming from government, it's important for me to have some formalities before I can make a presentation. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Global World LPG Association Chairperson, PEM. It is a clear demonstration that the government of South Africa is empowering women. She is also the CEO, the managing director of Oryx, an equivalent of a CEO. Then we also have Hadi, who is the managing director of the LPG Association, also a woman. Basically, it's a clear demonstration that the government is doing something and sending a message to the industry to empower women. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the representatives of the World LPG Association, Kelly and now I'm forgetting where I have written, Alison Abbott. I've worked with both Kelly and Alison Abbott for many years when I joined the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy as a director for petroleum policy. Then from a government perspective, I would like to acknowledge the representative of the Indian government, Mr. Mittal, who is the Deputy Secretary for LPG in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. We appreciate your presence. Would like also to acknowledge representatives of the SADC member countries that have been participating in various sessions. Your presence is welcome. Would also want to acknowledge my boss, who is the NESA regulator, Mr. Ntantla Gumede. He is in here and he's one of the, he was a Deputy Director General then before he has become the regulator. He is one of those people who started initiating and supporting the rollout of LPG gas in South Africa. And we did 2 pilot projects in Atteridgeville and in the rural areas. And I would like to respond to the gentleman who said you can't take LPG gas to villages and to townships. It's not correct. Then I would like to appreciate the presence of you, the LPG Association members who are in here, who has spent the 3 days to support us here as women, as we deliberate issues of how to be inclusive and to transform the sector. In a nutshell, the South African government, through its own constitution, has actually mapped out an inclusive economy where women, youth, and persons with disabilities also play an integral role in the economic development of the country. They also play an important role as employees, as business people, and a number of regulatory frameworks have been put in place to ensure that women can participate in the energy space. I'm not going to go through the contents, but just to highlight what has been done. In terms of the policies, the government is a member of international institutions and organizations, particularly the UN, which actually supports a Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 1, which says women have to have equal participation in any economy, particularly in the energy sector. Then secondly, our own constitution enshrines the right of women to be part and parcel of the economy, and they have equal rights and like everyone else. And then we have the National Development Plan, which has also clearly articulated the strategic role of women and how women should be included in the economy. We also have the National Policy Framework on Gender, which was done by the Department of Women, which also enforces that every sector in the South African economy needs to be inclusive, transformative, and include women. And as a department, we also have our own energy, women equality and gender empowerment strategy and policy, and which has got an implementation plan. And that policy is what we used to then ensure and give effect to various policy documents that have been created by government, and made sure that the energy sector has its own particular strategy, which it then implements, and we then take we take note of what is happening, report and demonstrate if there is any transformation or not. And as we can see, the LPG is actually demonstrating its transformative activities. So the policy from the department point of view, if a company doesn't implement the women inclusive policies, it's not out of not having strategic policies that ensures that they do that, but it's out of their own choice and unwillingness to comply. The Labour Act as well, it also promotes empowerment, and we have to, as different companies, indicate what performance we are making. So from a government policy point of view, there is a lot of activities that have been put in place in order to ensure that we empower women. Then as the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we have a particular mandate, but I would like to focus on the last bullet point, which says we promote youth and persons with disabilities to participate in the energy sector and in the mining sector. And I'm happy that we are both energy and mining sector now, because your business of LPG gas is equally important both within the energy space and also supplying energy to the mining sector. So we are now in a position where we are able to work both with the mining sector as a client for you and ensuring that we emphasize to them the need of ensuring that they take you as their service provider of choice when it comes to supply of LPG gas at their mines. Then in terms of the strategic objectives of the strategies, and we have created, you need to create an enabling environment to make sure that women can effectively participate in your organization. You need to have equality of opportunities availed to different sectors of the economy, inclusive of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. You need to have gender mainstreaming policies within your own company and organization, and you need to make sure that for those that are in a position to employ, you have got a barrier-free workplace. Then in terms of the strategic objectives, really we are focusing on gender equality, we are focusing on employment, and in employment we just don't focus at ensuring that you have employees, but we want to see representation from board members, CEOs and senior managers. If I can just take an example of two of the SAPIA members, Total Energy, the managing director is female, Oryx, the managing director is female. That's a clear demonstration of commitment to transformation. Then board members, I think it is important, Mr. Chifularo, to have a baseline study on the LPG Gas Association, so that when we measure whether we are making transformative effect, we have a baseline study which tells us who is in the business, what are they doing, where are they, and are we making improvement in terms of transformation. So we need that baseline study. We have completed one for the renewable energy sector. We have been working with one of the World Petroleum Organization, but statistics come as combined, and we need a specific information and baseline for South Africa. Then we, in terms of opportunities for those that are in business, they need to access procurement opportunities from across the value chain of the energy companies. For companies that are wholesaling the LPG gas, companies that are distributing the LPG gas, and we can even go down to the villages where we can also have integrated energy centers that specializes in distribution of LPG. And I'm glad that Oryx has got one, which is maybe about over 600 kilometers from Johannesburg, 15 kilometers from Kruger National Park, and that IEC owned by women is doing an exceptional job. So procurement is one of our target areas. Finance, we know that the barriers for women and business people, particularly black business, to get into any business is access to finance, and we are looking at closing the finance gap by having discussions with financial institutions to make sure that they have ring-fenced funding for women in energy. Then access to markets and local and international. We already have an association of women in energy, particularly focusing on the SADC areas. So there's no reason that stops you from doing business within the region, so that you are not only confined to operating within South Africa. Then another important area is to develop women that wants to get in the business so that they have the requisite skills. And most of our sitters actually provide funding that ensures that we can do that. And I'm willing to be working with the CEOs and managing directors of LPG companies so that we can have a program where we include women in their businesses, and we also contribute to enterprise development and helping them to access opportunities. Then in terms of these pillars of the strategy, I'm not going to go in details. We have the capacity building pillars where we provide training, and we do that together with stakeholders like the World LPG Gas Association. I'm not sure if you set aside funds that can be, or you have partners that are willing to provide training for people. You know, in South Africa now, because of constraints in terms of electricity, everyone is having a gas stove, and you need to be trained in order for you to be able to be a certified installer of gas stoves, and it's a business opportunity in itself. You have complexes that are moving to gas. It's also another business opportunity. So capacity building becomes essential for you to participate in the sector. If we are going to roll out LPG in the rural areas and including in townships as well, we need to capacitate those people to do the business so that they are not only in the business of moving cylinders, but they are also in the business of actually owning the plants involved in bulk bracking and refilling their own cylinders and distributing, so that the cost and distribution of gas is reduced. You have bulk transportation, and then you move from a short distance to the house, and you give opportunity and business to such people. Then organizational development is also important, especially for big business, to make sure that your policies are in place to support women. Governance and institutional developments, they are also important. You need to have strategies where you then promote deliberately inclusion of women in your own business. And then economic growth and development, this is where we talk about economic empowerment and transformation. You need to have a deliberate strategy where you say the transportation of our gas should go to women-owned companies, it should go to youth-owned companies, etc., etc. And it's something that is possible, and capacity building needs to be part and parcel of it in order to enable such people to also be part and parcel of the industry. Then in terms of the reporting on the strategy that has been formed, we are going as a department to report every 5 years, produce a report which actually says this is what we have achieved per sector. And I'm happy that 2 of the advisory council members, Mr. Chifularo and Khadi herself, are members of the advisory council and should take responsibility on reporting on behalf of the petroleum sector and the LPG Gas Association. And then I'm not going, that reporting will need data. That's why it is important to set a baseline study so that when we report, we can say when we started, we had so many women working in the LPG gas. After 3-4 years, the number is increased by 10%, 5%, whatever the case may be. Then the Gender Ministerial Council is representatives from the sector who then meets with the minister on a quarterly basis to report on what is taking place in the industry. Then the functions of the Gender Ministerial Council, I'm not going to go into detail, but those are their functions. They have broken themselves into groups that are looking at various aspects of the sector. One, to deal with finance, enterprise development, skills development, capacity building, and enterprise development. So they are hard at work in order to make sure that we do have the requisite infrastructure to support women in the energy space. As I've already indicated, the Advisory Council meets with the Minister and the Deputy Minister 4 times a year, and they report on what is happening in the sector. Some of the achievements, and those are their responsibilities. I don't want to bore you with the details, but some of what the Ministerial Council has achieved in terms of finance, they are meeting with financial institutions to discuss how the financial institutions can support women. I am aware that there is one of the ladies that is trying to set up a cylinder manufacturing company. It's a huge financial commitment, and they need financial support, and financial institutions, when you are just in Elizabeth, they are not willing to assist you, because in most cases you don't even have sufficient collateral to for you to have a justification for receiving the funding. So we are really talking to financial institutions to come up with innovative tools that would assist women to access funding. We have met already with ABSA. We are meeting with other financial institutions so that we can actually advocate on your behalf and make it a little bit easy to access funding. Then in terms of enterprise development, we have met, the team is meeting, but at present USAID has provided funding for 60 women on procurement. We also have more than 20 women that have been supported in terms of exhibiting their opportunities in different conferences. So we are making inroads. We have received quite a significant amount of funding from EWCITA to facilitate training, but we need Hadi to look for funding so that we can train a lot of young people to become installers. From your program, I know it's a bit pricey for them to do so, but if we apply to 3 different sitters, we can get funding to assist us in making sure that we pave the way for young people as well to become entrepreneurs in the business. We have also done a baseline study for the renewable energy sector. In terms of capacity building, we have set a baseline study for the renewable energy sector, which will be launched very soon. We have also trained 62 women in procurement and tender processes in partnership with the USAID. We are looking for more funding from institutions like GIZ. It looks promising, but we will do that. More than 30 women have been trained in energy and finance partnership through the assistance of SANIA. So it's small inroads, but something happening. But as the LPG Association, we also need to have specific projects that can facilitate in empowerment of women and youth in your particular sector. In conclusion, I think what I can say is that investing in women economic empowerment is no longer a nice to have. It's a business imperative. It hits your bottom line. Clearly, studies have demonstrated that if we include women in the economy, our GDP growth is going to be significant. I'm not going to give you statistics, but look at McKinsey. KPMG has also done a study in the same direction. So having women empowered in your sector is not a nice to do, but it's something that is going to increase your economic opportunities, your profitability, because women bring in soft skills more than just the hardcore skills, which they do have, and it can actually make sure your business does better. In any case, Alison has already done that. Most of the business transactions, the buying of energy is done by women. And studies have been conducted that women make millions of transactions in energy. We should not, as women, remain on the demand side, but also play a role on the supply side. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh. Can we turn this up? Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Lots of really great takeaways there, and I liked how you finished saying there are so many statistics that prove that having women on your board is good for business. So moving on, I'd like to welcome the panel. We're going to have a discussion. I'd like to welcome Barbara Brooks. Thank you, Barbara. Take a seat. I'd like to welcome Mr. Jain. And I'd like to welcome a lady whose name I'm sure I'm going to butcher, from Afrox, if she's here. I haven't met her actually. Miss Motlangomang Manaka, are you here? And I understand, hi. And I think that I can call you Tlago. Oh, thank you. Take a seat. Okay, so this is a fantastic panel. We'll probably run this panel for 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes, and then we'll move into section 2 of this. What I'd like to do first, Elizabeth, thank you, we just heard from you, starting with Mr. Jain, our honorary and very important gentleman, can you give us your thoughts on diversity and how important it is in India, and your thoughts on this morning session?
Thank you for having me here. Actually, what we are here for discussing the inclusion of the women in the LPG industry, and it's really very crucial to have this discussion for the global energy, for the LPG industry, because today the empowerment of women has become a major challenge, means how we can increase the empowerment of women. In India, we have started a various initiatives. It was supported by the government also, and we as a public sector company, we in continuation with that, we have started various initiatives. The first and foremost initiative that is started by Government of India was Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, that each of you are aware about it. In that, government has specifically started to issue connection in the name of women. It might be in the name of the man or any other member, but government has specified that it should be in the name of women. And presently we have issued 96 million connection in the name of women in the India. And that is only for the Ujjwala. Other than that, we have 4 million connections other than these, which are in the name of the women only. So that's how this scheme has empowered women and the government role for the diversity and inclusion of the women LPG. I have also the examples of various initiatives which we have started. If you give me time, means do I have to conclude now or we can get another time?
Well, we can move on to that, yeah.
The another thing which we have started is Urja Devi. It's an Indian name, it's a Hindi name. Urja means that's his energy, and Devi is like a goddess. So we have started this initiative. We have empowered a woman to become an entrepreneur, and she can make a setup in a particular village, and they can sell all the energy solutions in that particular market. It can be either LPG, it can be either lubricants, it can be either petrol, it can be either diesel. So we have nominated them. We conducted interviews and we have nominated them and helped them to set up their unit, a small unit, and not very much infrastructure is required. We have supported them by giving all the infrastructure, and we have empowered them that you can do the business in your village. Now you can sell the cylinder, means in LPG, in India, we have a under gas cylinder rule that you can store 100 kg of gas anywhere. It's like we have a cylinder of capacity 14.2 kg. So for 100 kg, we can have 7 cylinders, meaning anyone can store 7 cylinders at their premises. So we have given them 7 cylinders, they can store them, and they can deliver those cylinders to the consumers of the distributors. So by supplying those cylinders, they can get a commission in this. So that's how we have empowered those women in the villages. Another initiative which we started is Ujjwala Mitra. Ujjwala, you know what is Ujjwala. And Mitra is a Hindi word, and when we translate on English, it's a friend. Means Ujjwala friend. Means we are friend of the Ujjwala beneficiary. So when this PMUI was started in 2016, the major concern and major challenge was that we are giving connection to the families which they have not ever used the LPG gas stove, LPG. So the major challenge was that whether those customers, those beneficiaries are aware of the safety, how to use this LPG. So what we did, we make a group of the women who were a school teacher or in the medical sector, and they wanted to work in for the social cause, for the to spread the safety awareness. We nominated them, we created a team, and what we did, that we have planned their visit to particular village. We made a team of four Ujjwala Mitra, and each team goes to the particular village. And that particular village, they visit each and every home of the Ujjwala beneficiary. And what they do there, they teach them how to use the LPG, that the gas stove should be at the height above the cylinder. In case of leakage, what you need to do. All the Suraksha 5 points, 5 mantras of the LPG, that you have to regulator off when you are sleeping in the night. So that's way we have spread the awareness in the LPG industry of India. And we have specifically taken the women members in this Ujjwala Mitra, because women only knows what are the preferences and needs of the other women. So they can understand and they can teach other women how to use the LPG. So that we have started in our region, and it spread to other regions also, and it was a great initiative at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much in India that's good stuff that we can learn from, and I love this energy goddess. I think that's fantastic. I'm taking that. But also another important point that you made is that if you're going into these smaller remote communities and there's a woman there, she's more likely to welcome another woman into her home to help her, to educate her on cooking than she may a man. Barbara, may I ask for your welcome comments, please? As our important, all the pressure that we've piled on you this morning. She's going to run.
Alison. So first of all, as the national coordinator for the South African chapter, I'm thrilled to head up the chapter and to work with an amazing group of like-minded women and men who intend to pierce diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion is important in the workplace because it's shown that it not only generates higher revenue growth, greater readiness to innovate, but also to provide workforce growth. It establishes a sense of belonging, it makes employees feel connective, and that is where we find productivity. So while the LPG industry is labeled as a male-dominated industry, it is the South African chapter's goal to change the mindset and to enable female representation to grow, to change the equation currently which says females use LPG, males manage LPG. We need to level that playing field. Balancing the workforce combination will allow engagements to take place with skills and facts and knowledge. Current stats currently show that it would take about 32 years for gender equality to change in the workplace. Women, embrace yourselves. I've heard Pam say many times, find your voice, sing your song. Don't be scared to put your statements on the table, your ideas, your thoughts. There are so many other women that are here and ready to support you and to hear you and to walk the growth curve with you. That is what Women in LPG is all about. We are about diversity. We are about inclusion. We are about support and mentorship. So it is so important that you empower yourselves, you find your voice, and hopefully as the different chapters, we can be the push behind the voices that we know that are there and that can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, and I'm convinced that Women in LPG South Africa is in pretty good hands. Let's move on to Slargo. Please say your name so I can say it. And you're from Afrox. Now, I know that Afrox has many star women that's coming up through the ranks, and I know Blaise very well, and a lot of your peers, and so we're delighted to have you on the panel. So please, let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. So yes, my name is
You hold it
Mutla
up.
Yeah. My name is Mutla Humang. It's Setswana, and everybody calls me Tlahu. So just to make it easier, but it's just one of those. Yes. So coming from one of the leading gas equipment and welding companies, we also have diversity, equity, and inclusion high on the agenda. Very much a focus of ours. With awareness and education created, just so that we are well equipped and that it's part of our daily operations. As a matter of fact, one of our core values is inclusion, and it is not just on paper. It is not just on paper. It is a very essential pillar that guide us into the right direction. I mean, we are part of a global company, the Linde Group, and at that level, we also have an inclusion integration council, a council that is there to guide us and make sure just to oversight of the value of inclusion is well operated successfully. It is there to guide us so that we can benchmark against other markets globally, and it is something that we really need, like to say, to accelerate. On the Afrox side, we've made quite good inroads. I mean, last week I was talking to Heidi for the first time in my life, and she said something. I was like, girl, I'm going to shock you. Afrox has made very good inroads. Besides the YES program that everybody else is doing, I can just proudly tell you about a beautiful story of, in June actually, we opened a welding school. You can't hear me. Okay. In June, we opened a Center of Excellence, a welding school, run only by women. It is based in Germiston, and the aim of the welding school is to skill, empower young ladies from the community that you serve. So generally, you will get young girls coming from your Katlehong areas or Foslo, because they're naturally very much close to us. However, it's open to everyone, and it is to give them skills so that they can be employable. And as well, welding is one of those jobs that can actually start your own business. We have produced award-winning welders. You should see this little girl, tiny, small, great welders. And on the Afrox side, you're probably asking, what about LPG? Yes, lots of progress still to come, but there is some work that is not in the public sphere that is happening that one day I'll tell you about it. If you want to know, I can even tell you after this. But we also have a nice women forum that we have established within the company, and not to gossip, but so something for us as women, we get together to learn from each other, to grow as women, to hold each other's hand, to facing the challenges in the workspace.
Thank you. And I think there are so many big corporations that do have the luxury of being quite tiered, and they're able to have these kind of activities going, and that's something, again, that I think we can really learn from. And Elizabeth, we'd heard your comments. Have you got, before we open the floor to questions, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. I think from the department, we really have set the enabling framework for the South African energy business, including the LPG Gas Association, to be an inclusive and transformed sector. I have already outlined the policy and the strategy. I don't think I need to go more, but from a point of view of the work that we do, we also work on particularly focusing on energy access in the rural areas. And we have 2 LPG integrated energy centers owned by women. That's a clear demonstration from government that we are also not just saying empower, but we facilitate empowerment and transformation of women. With an opportunity, I will discuss more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions? Has anybody got any questions they'd like to pose to our panel? Don't be shy. I know we had a few in the last session that came at the end, so anybody got anything that they would like to ask? If not, I'll either pick on you or ask. Oh yeah, lady over there, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bongegile from Eswatini National Petroleum Company. I want to particularly say that I found this session quite insightful. The work that has been done in the corporate space to increase diversity and inclusion has been very progressive. But what I've found is that by the time we actually get to the workplace, there's already some of the women and the girls have already selected their careers. So we talk about diversity, but are there any initiatives that have been done to actually raise up girls even as early as in high school, university levels, to actually venture into STEM careers, for instance, in order to ensure that there is a pool of women in STEM?
That is the golden question, I think. One, before I pass this over, there are other national chapters in Nigeria, another fellow African success story. They have a very, I'll share with you, because they have a very good core committee, and what they do is they actively go into schools, like young schools in Nigeria, to educate young girls and young boys, because it's all about getting youth. We haven't really talked about youth into the industry and singing the praises. Where we have an issue is that there are certain universities in Europe and the US, and one of them is the University of Sheffield, which is where I come from. They ban oil and gas and fossil companies from going to recruitment drives at their universities. And that's a real issue that we face, and we don't want that to spread. So there's both sides, and it's a great question. I'm going to pass it over, and I will start with Mr. Jain again, and I'm sure you have things to say too. Thank you. So how do we educate? How do we, exactly that, it's not people who are already in the industry, how do we get them excited about the industry? Can you help with the microphone, please? Thanks.
Yeah, actually, I have an example of that educating, how we can educate the children and how we can educate the students in the school. In India, what we have started recently, last month only, because that was the biggest challenge, to educate the parents. Means we can comparatively educate children more fastly than to the parents. So what we have initiated, that we have started as Suraksha ke Champs. It's like a champions of safety. This name we have given. In that we have started a competition that for students, they have to take a picture of delivery man who is going to deliver the cylinder at his home premises, and he or she has to take picture of doing the pre-delivery inspection. When delivery man comes to the home, he used to do a pre-delivery inspection. He just check the wall leakage, o-ring leakage, body leakage, and weight of the cylinder. So those student has to take the picture and has to upload that picture in a particular unique WhatsApp number, which we have provided. So that is the way how we were driving this initiative. And by selecting those images, we were giving the prizes money to the students. So that was the driving mechanism, how to involve the students, and in this way we were teaching them what all things you have to check while taking the delivery of the cylinders. Because while taking delivery, if you are not checking each and every aspect of the safety of the LPG cylinder, then due to that issue, you can have an accident at your kitchen. So if the children are so persistent that they will keep on insisting the delivery man that you should not bypass this pre-delivery inspection. You should do, because I am participating in that competition and I want prize money. So that's why what we have started, and we started last month only, and slowly, gradually we are increasing its presence to other districts and village levels also.
That is so cool. That's certainly something that we can take and redistribute. I love that, and it's like incentivizing. Everybody likes a prize, right? Barbara, what do you think about education in your home country?
Well, I think it came up in the earlier discussion as well. You know, if you look at kids and you look at education, if you look at the world of technology, if you look at things like cell phones, our kids taught us how to get up to speed with technology. And I think if we use kids as the building block and the foundation to grow LPG awareness on safety and how to use, I think we're definitely heading in the right direction. So really loved what I heard. I know in terms of LPG SA, maybe not necessarily on a schooling level, but in terms of the bursaries and that we've issued last year and 2023, we met some of the bursary recipients. They were actual female installers. So there's definitely, we are going in the direction to create awareness and create opportunity for those who want to be part of growing LPG as the industry.
Thank you. And Tlago, your thoughts?
So I was just as fascinated with Barbara earlier on when there's a gentleman from India who mentioned that they have safety at school, and we shook our heads like, no, we need it. And now that the lady has also asked, how about, you know, how are we going to incorporate the careers and whatnot? So we can also, as an industry, as different companies, we can also take part in the career days, you know, when they make them wear doctor's clothes every other year and firemen's and whatnot. We should also find a way of, you know, how do we, you know, incorporate our industry in that field.
Exactly. And Elizabeth?
Thank you. As government, we do have a program where we target particularly the township schools, which is a high-density area, and also the villages in the remote rural areas. We have what we call school days. There's an energy day, there's a mining day. And for those, in fact, our minister is very, very interested in those school energy days and school mining days. We then get, say, 25 to 30 schools on one area where students who are interested in maths and science are brought together. And then we invite companies to come and exhibit. And each company will explain to the learners what career opportunities are available in their businesses and what also they are able to do, the bursaries that they offer. At the end of the year, we then set an experiment where we go into all the 9 provinces and ask them to do an invention. After that, we select the best 30 from each province, and we have what we call the Learners Focus Week. On the Learners Focus Week, we then invite all the companies in the energy space and the mining space to come again and provide an explanation of what their sector is all about, what the company is doing, where the career opportunities are. And then at the end, some of the companies donate bursaries for learners to go to university. And I think as of now, we may be sitting at about 300 to 400 learners that have been funded, particularly by the energy companies, to do degrees in STEM-related subjects. And after that, some of them employ them. And what is also important is for you as professionals, when we have such career days, to volunteer your services so that you go back to your own village and say, here I am, I did maths and science, I'm now a managing director of Orex, or I am a marketing expert of such and such a company. That really motivates the young people. But we are doing the best. When we also are setting up, I saw that one of your former managing directors is here. When we are setting up an LPG gas integrated energy center, before the launch, we go around the schools with the LPG Gas Association and demonstrate to learners how to use an LPG gas stove and teach them safety measures, because they are the carriers of message to the community. In that way, you'll never have an accident, because the learners will educate the community. And on the launch, we call all the community members and also teach them about the LPG gas safety measures and rules. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really impressive that you have those set up. We have Hadi. This will be our final question to our panel or comment, and then we'll move into part 2.
It's not a question, it's a comment, and it's basically just answering and clarifying some of the work that LPGSA do with actually the school in the STEMs. Thank you to the program that Elizabeth just spoke about. The department that in 2021, I believe that's the first time we joined you. They invited us to these learner schools, and it's quite marvelous. Dakalo experiences that the best more than us, because he actively goes and interact with the kids and get them interested. But based on that program, we have since also partnered or started working with Cybono, which is the Discovery Science Center technically. And they were so interested in the first one that we did with the department, and they started inviting us independently to come and teach kids about LPG safety and all the different career options in there. And that has been doing so well. We have participated in few of them around the country with the Discovery Cybono and partnering as well with the department. So that's some of the initiatives we do at schools. And not to forget that we also partner with the Department of Education, where we teach school feeding people, like the food handlers in the schools. The school feeding programs. We literally, I don't know how many, I've lost count on how many municipalities we have teamed up with to teach schools in the department there about managing the safety of LPG in the schools. And when that education happens, by the way, in the schools, it actually goes, we have found that it actually goes in the community. And we get more invited back into those communities. So those are some of the initiatives we do with different government departments and the municipalities that are represented in here. I don't know how many of you noticed that there's quite a lot of municipalities represented in here, have actually started inviting us more and more into these programs to work with them exactly on that, teaching kids at schools about LPG and LPG safety. So just some of the work that we do at LPGSA, and we would really love our members to listen to us, like literally work with us, come with us. It's an opportunity for you.
Thank you, Hadi, and it's great that there's so much going on. I'd like to wrap up the panel now because we're out of time and we have a little part 2. So please give a very warm round of applause for Elizabeth, Clago, and Barbara and Mr. Jain for their insightful comments today. Thank you very much. And technical team, could you load the next presentation, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Elson. Thank you, Alison.
I'm going to come down here now, change it a bit. We'd like to try to sort of finish on time because it's Heritage Friday. But I did want to give an opportunity to open this a little bit to the floor. And as women and men, sometimes we're put in challenging situations when we have to speak up. And I remember when I first joined WLPGA 12 years ago, and James Rockall, my boss, said to me, yeah, Alison, you'll be speaking at in front of the Industry Council, this terrifying body, and I would go to the first one and there'd be 60 men and me. And that was scary. We are working because now when I go to these meetings, one, I know everybody, but also there's more women, and it's a natural thing, and it's great. But public speaking is something that whether we realize or not, we do it pretty much every day. So I thought I'd just do a quick sort of 5-10 minute little introduction on how to do it better, hopefully. So it can be terrifying. It can be really stressful. We have enough stress in our life. Who is genuinely a little bit scared of speaking in public? It can be. And apparently, this is Mark Twain, a famous American author, and he said, there are 2 types of speakers. Those who are nervous and those who are lying. And do you know what glossophobia means? It's the fear of public speaking. There's actually a word for it. And over 40% of grown-ups are scared of it. And why? Why do we get so nervous? Because of the perceived high stakes. If you're speaking in front of your bosses and you think, gosh, they're judging me, the pressure to perform, negative self-talk, we talk each other down and we shouldn't, and the fear of negative judgment, it's all human. And if we can all, maybe after today, come away having learned one thing and master just one aspect of public speaking, you can make a world of difference, whether you're negotiating for a pay rise, negotiating with your kids to go to bed, speaking in front of 200 people. And let's look at what makes a presentation. How many of us stay up all night working on our slides? Did you know that content is about 7% of the success of your presentation? The verbal, what you say, is about 38%. The non-verbal, 55%. I'm going to do a little dive into each of these. So content. Content is king. You just need one idea because people, in the last 2.5 days, we've been inundated by fantastic ideas, but there may be just one nugget that we remember. You have to show your passion. We're all passionate about LPG. Share our examples. I'm not going to read through all these, but give a reason for people to care. Add those personal stories. And if you can, deliver this wow moment, but that's harder to do. You have 3 seconds online to make an impact. We do a lot of our work online. We do a lot of Zoom. And you have 7 seconds in public, apparently, to make an effort. So it's not a lot of time, and we need to get those elevator pitches up. So how do you make an entrance and make people notice you and stand up? Start with strong ideas. Compliment your audience. You'll look great. Start with a really positive statement. You look even greater. Refer to current events, and we won't mention the rugby because we know we're going to win. You can even be a bit divisive and make a little shocking statement. Ask questions. Be entertaining if you can. Being funny is really hard. Or refer to something historical. And this will help set the scene and put your audience at ease as well. Avoid. Don't ever say, I'm going to be really quick. Because that already sets your audience thinking, she's stressed or he's stressed. Practice, but don't over-practice. Practice makes perfect. And don't tell the wrong story for the audience, because I think that's very easy to do as well when you get it wrong. Don't run long, and that's my British thing, though. That's very much, and I think that's a very cultural thing as well. Don't rely too heavily on slides. I think as we modernize, we try to do that less. There are some times then we have to have slides. Don't try and cover too much. Let's go back to that one good takeaway, that one nugget, and don't not know when to stop. But let's move on to a more sort of pertinent thing, which is the verbal. How do I fix my monotone voice? Change up your intonation when you're speaking. You know how Australians speak, and they speak like that. Try and make it a bit more sing-song. Make it engaging. It's hard as an audience to sit and listen to somebody for 10, 20 minutes, even longer, if they've got a very monotone voice. So it's really important to practice, with your hairdryer in front of the mirror. Yes. And I think it works. Hopefully it makes a difference, and it's all good advice. Change up the rhythm a little bit. And be heard. And this is hard to master. It's hard to project, and we have tips and tricks. If we can speak clearly, because also I am so lucky that English is my native language. And I appreciate that every day. And I can see you all nodding, because everybody speaks in English most of the time. The last time I gave this presentation, it was in French. And then I see the challenge. And it makes you think even more about speaking clearly, emphasize, and enunciate. And we can get lazy when we speak. We all have accents, and we should be proud of our accents, but I've got a Yorkshire accent, which can be a bit, So you have to make sure that you enunciate so people can hear what you're saying. And pause. Not for too long. It's really important, if you've got a key comment, that you let it sink in and don't rush. One of the best pieces of advice I ever had, and it's Michael, who's not here at the moment, he said to me, when you're given the podium or whenever you're going to speak, he said, you take a moment, take a breath. Don't rush in to start speaking before you even get to the podium. Just pause. And I think that's really, you gather your thoughts, you gather your breath, and pause. But the final little nugget is the non-verbal. That magic 55%, that's a lot. Signal a friend. I've got lots of friends. I'm very lucky. I've got lots of friends in this audience, but you know who you are. And it makes it feel like you're talking to you, or you, or you. And it's that connection. You can speak in front of hundreds of people and you have this audience, and that's hard. But when you signal that friend either with a smile or an eyebrow raise, it brings that personal skill or personal contact. Palms up. See, I'm making this mistake because I've got my hands full. And this is like a friendly show. If you can speak, it's something I don't do, and I learnt this. If you speak with your palms up, you're showing that you're friendly, you're open, you're telling the truth. People will listen to you. And it's a sign of trust and co-trust. This is a classic example of what not to do, because I have a microphone in one hand and a clicker in the other. So I'm naturally not able to do that. So it's other things to consider. And there's lots of technical things that can be in our way. And I speak at conferences all over the place. And sometimes another good piece of advice, if you're speaking at a conference, get on the stage before the morning. Get on the stage. Little things like, ladies, maybe we wear heels. Do we have to climb up 5 steps? Are we going to feel, I don't want to fall down? You want to check the podium. You want to check the microphone. Have you got a screen in front of you? Things like that, because you don't want a surprise when you're invited onto the stage in front of 300 people and then you realize that there's really slippery step, and that's happened to me. And I've seen people fall down steps. And so do that. Walk the floor. And that is a real calmer. And a genuine smile, not a forced, a genuine smile. We're happy to be here. How lucky we are to be here today. And a genuine smile, we show that we're passionate. Take up space. Men do this all the time. If you watch men give their presentations, and you see even on the metro, they're taking up the space. And we start like this. So walk around a little bit and widen your stance. Be proud. Take on that power pose. And this is really more for the ladies. Don't be scared to take that power pose. So as a wrap up, visual contact, humor if you can. Take a breath. Keep cool. And importantly, as women, never hide. So that's a recap of the balance. And when we're next slaving over a PowerPoint, 7%. I'm leaving it there. Thank you. Does anyone, before we move into, any questions? Yeah. Have we got a spare? Oh, well, thank you. Did anybody learn anything? Great. I'll just take, what I'll do is I was going to open the floor to some networking, but as we want to close on time, we'll move into the final phase, which is the prezzies. Yeah, hi. What's your name and what's your question?
Hello, everyone. My name is Rose Mtongana. Thank you, Alison, for wonderful presentation. My question is, how important is it that you are dressed for the occasion, that you are not maybe distracting your audience? I've got a beautiful thing on, but how can that work against maybe the presentation that I'm making, like jewelry, clothing? How important is that in presentation? Thank you.
What a great question. So I'm on the road a lot, right? And so is Michael. So Michael will rock up with a little tiny suitcase with one suit, a couple of shirts. We have shoes and dresses because we can't wear the same thing every day. But you need to strike the balance, and I think we all do, between being professional, respectful, but comfortable. Since COVID and we all started wearing pajamas to work, I don't want to wear high heels, but I want to feel comfortable so that I can focus on the job in hand. So I think it's showing respect, but also respect for yourself and not forcing yourself into something that's not comfortable, because you need to concentrate on pleasing and respecting your audience. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? I've spoken a lot. Yeah, lady over there. Two ladies over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alison, for your presentation. To add on the dress code when you're doing presentations, there is one thing that you need to avoid: brands, especially if the name is big, like your D&Gs or Versace's and whatnot. And if you're on stage, avoid those, because you need to keep the audience focused on you. And less prints, less names, the better. So you can even see your Mark Zuckerberg and all of them. They like plain white t-shirts so that the audience can just focus and engage with them with what they say. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think you're right. And if any of us are lucky enough to be able to afford brands, I think... I think you're right, we want the focus on us. I think the lady behind you had her hand up as well.
Hi, okay. I'm Vanya from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. I think for me, the issue is I'm a calm person. So I struggle to be forceful, and yeah, I'm always the last man standing. And yeah, so how do I balance that, like my personality type versus taking myself forward? Thank you.
Well, I think you've done a pretty good job just there, and round of applause.
I'm good at it. I can do
Yeah.
it. I know I can.
But it's exactly
But I'm not
that.
in the front line. Like I always stand in the background. Like it's my nature. It's not. I'm not shy or anything. It's just my personality type. So how do I take that step? Like be the first one to take the step. Thank you.
We don't have to put too much pressure on us being at the front. What's important is that we're heard and we're listening to you and you speak clearly and you're expressing yourself. And I think you don't put pressure on yourself, but maybe follow some of the tips and like the breathing. And they have that, we're too hard on ourselves sometimes as women. Don't you agree, Pam? Anybody else got any questions? You got your hand up first, so I'll go to you, and we'll just do it quickly because we want to do the champagne bucket. Yes, absolutely. I won't forget that. Oh, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Zanel Chauke from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Alison, my question to you is, I'm a very soft-spoken person, and I know at times I sound like a little child, and my job requires me to present all the time, and I've been doing that. I just want to check with you if I really need to go for voice training or I can continue with my baby voice.
Hands up who thinks she should continue with her fantastic voice. I think that you are crystal clear. It's your personality. Don't change it. Don't change it. Just be clear. Sir, and then Pam, and then we'll have to. Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Refule from Refule S Capital Investment. I just wanted to talk about how culture is also just having different dynamics. So for example, if you're an MD of PLGSA and LPGSA and you wanna go see a chief somewhere, for example, you can't be wearing pants because then, it just disadvantages you. In China, in India, everywhere, they've got cultures, and I think just the importance of understanding your audience and the people that you're going to talk to, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, you're not going to go to a conference in the Middle East wearing a little skirt. Well, you're not, Jeff. And I'll leave the closing comments to Pam, and then we're going to do this little champagne bucket. Has anybody not put their business cards in the champagne bucket? Yeah, it's me because I don't want to.
It's actually not a question, it's just a comment and an observation here. And it goes back to Alison. Did you feel a lift in the energy after day 3? Because everybody's drained from the agenda. But after that presentation, so my observation is, I believe there could be so much more dialogue on this topic. And I feel we're chasing it, we're racing it, and we need to do so much more on this. So, for the next agenda, we are not putting Women in LPG Network at the end of the agenda. We spoke about this earlier as well. There's so much we want to talk about. So, look at the guys in the room saying yes. So it's a massive observation, and rest assured, we're changing this, okay? Thank you for lifting the energy. Yay to Alison.
She's amazing. Okay, the final thing, and then we'll hand back over to Hadi. We've got 3 gifts, because everyone deserves a gift, but I only have a small budget. So, and Longchamp is a really, really well-respected French company that do beautiful goods, handbags, but also for men. So we have 3 gifts here. And I'm going to ask you, sir, who's on his phone, would you pick out one of these? Sorry, I didn't pick on you. Sir, your name?
Thiru Gavanda.
Okay, you're going to make yourself really popular with somebody. Could you fish around in there and pick out one piece of paper, please? As long as it's not yours, you've cheated. Ah, very important. And would you like to read out who that is?
Gift Patsika, prompt guess.
So, I haven't got my glasses. Gift Pasika from Prompt Gas, are you here? Yay! Come up, get your little present. And it's a gentleman, so you either keep it for yourself or you give it to your wife or your girlfriend. But manners are important as women are. There you go.
Thank you
You're
so much.
very welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. It's pink. No, it's not. Hadi, would you like to make the second person happy, please? Have a fish around. Wait, do you want to read it?
So many. Oh, it's not like it's not rigged. Matlala.
I'm going to ask none other than our amazing global chair, Pam, to fix out the final one, please.
Sure, this was a lot of writing here.
I can't read it.
Portia, disaster coordinator, Portia.
Disaster coordinator, wow. Here you go. Take a picture.
Thank you. Disaster coordinator. What
Okay. I'd like to thank everybody for bearing with us for 2 hours, and I hope it's been interesting. We've had some amazing discussions and panelists. It's my honor to be here. I love coming here. We have a lot of work to do, but we'll get there. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. Our slide, please. I'm not going to go up. The buzzer slide. Yeah. Oops. While I'm going to bring the good news or the great news of the day, also Elizabeth is going to be so happy with me. Yasmin, Refilwe, start coming up. The ladies who sees themselves up there, start coming this side, please. Yeah, yep, while you're talking. So as Elizabeth spoke about capacity building, and at LPGSA we do that very well, and we are very proud of that, to be contributing to the skills, go up ladies, to be contributing to the skills of women in the LPG residential installation, a very male-dominated area. Not only that, in South Africa, there is at least a database, according to SAQCC Gas, of which I'm the board member of 1,500 installers in the country. less than 20, no, before we started this program, about 12 to 16 of those were female. And about 8 of those were actually active. And then at LPGSA, we said, no, it can't be. And the first year, in 2022, we rallied our members, and Petrogas and Oryx Gas South Africa have been our partner in this journey for quite some time, up until now. And I kind of like put them under pressure the other day and asked if they will continue supporting. But nonetheless, I'm not going to talk too much. What I want to say is that the bursary has been named LPGSA residential installation for the years that it's been operating. We are deciding, or we have decided as Team LPGSA, to relinquish it to the Win LPG RSA chapter. We will term it going forward Win LPG Residential Installation Bursary. And just to tell you more about the launch of the 2024, okay, let me first. These are the 2023 recipients. I can tell you their training was impeccable. All these ladies, like, I don't want to oust them a bit, but they are in the last end of their training, Aus Elizabeth. I can tell you, before end of this year, they will be a registered, well-trained, certified, licensed LPG residential installers. And you can hire them with confidence because LPGSA trained them. But this is Refilwe. I'm just going to name them. This is Refilwe, this is Jeanette, and this is Yasmin. Yasmin is just going to say a little bit, a minute, on behalf of the ladies, but at the same time, just to tell you the exciting news for 2024.
Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yasmin. I'm from Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. I am an accountant by profession, and I've worked many years for the University of KwaZulu-Natal as a lecturer in commerce. Last year, I came across on social media an insert from LPGSA regarding the domestic installer bursary, which was directed for women. So having a keen interest in LPG, its prospects and challenges, as well as an interest in education, I decided to apply for the bursary, and I was successful. Currently, I am on the tail end of my qualification, as Gadi has told you, and I have already obtained a temporary license. I have had a phenomenal experience with LPGSA, both with the theoretical and practical aspect of the training. It has helped me gain a lot of insight into the LPG industry, and I can say now that I'm much more confident. And Khadi and her team, they have been exceptional in educating us, motivating us, and helping us succeed. If it was not for them, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you today. Right. I would also like to thank from the bottom of my heart the bursary sponsors for 2023, which was Petrogas and Oryx Energies. Your dedication and belief in women like me and my colleagues show that the future in LPG industry is indeed promising for our women. We are going to make a positive impact, and we are going to help the industry grow and change the face of a predominantly male-dominated industry. So on behalf of LPGSA, I have been given the pleasure to announce that the 2024 bursaries will be opening on the 1st of November. Okay, so kindly encourage women around you to apply for the bursary, either on the LPGSA website or on social media platforms, Facebook, I think they're on Twitter as well. Yes. Okay, yes. Oh, okay, TikTok as well. All right. Thank you to one and all, and thank you to LPGSA for inviting us and making us part of this beautiful and successful event. We have definitely gained a lot of insight, we have networked, and we have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. Thank you very, very much.
They will see you in Cape Town, they say, yeah. A challenge to our members. I know I can always count on Petrogas and Oryx to be sponsors, but we want to run big. I mean, we had the minister here yesterday challenging us on sorts of things. We have Elizabeth challenging us on sorts of things in terms of capacity buildings. And there's a lot of work that happens in the behind about educating women on the side of LPG compliance who are entrepreneurs. But today, I want to challenge all members to do the same way that Oryx and Petrogas have been doing these past years, and come and support this bursary so that we can, make the circle bigger. We say that in South Africa. Make the pool bigger. LPGSA, as always, put forward first a certain number of bursaries. We this year are putting 4 of them. The bursary include literally practical training, theory training, tools. You can't send them back to the field without tools. The tools are not cheap. They actually can make or break an installer. PPE, everything you can think of for them to kickstart their business, small business, as an installer. And we invite you to come and participate in this. You can pledge 20 bursaries, you can pledge 1, you can pledge whatever. LPGSA will do the work in terms of making sure that the women are well trained and well licensed. Please contact myself or Shamalin if you want to be a sponsor. Tell us how many you would like to sponsor, and we will give you the costing towards that, because of course it comes with costing. So do so before the 15th of November, please. We'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So, support the Win LPG bursary. We're going to close it there, this session. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you've learned something from it. We've got one more session this afternoon. I'm running it, so sorry about that. It's about communications, and it's fitting that it's the end. Nobody likes going last, but everything that we have heard the last 2.5 days, everything, if we don't communicate around it, we're only talking to ourselves. So communication is critical, and that's my other hat as communications director. So it will be an hour. I promise you, we're going to keep it short because we've got weekends to go to. But it's important, so I'll be thrilled to see you after your lunch. Lunch is in the same place as it was yesterday. It's 1:10. If you can be back by 2 o'clock, that would be great. That means that we can finish at 3, we'll have the closings, and we're done, and we keep it flowing. Thank you very much, and see you shortly. We're going to start this final session. Now, first of all, thank you for everybody who's come back after lunch. I appreciate that there were some challenges with the timing for lunch, so we'll do what we can with it. But it's important that we start because we have to end. And I will try to do this in an hour. But it's important. Communications is important. We've rather ambitiously entitled this a communications masterclass. Maybe it's more of a communications thought provoker. And there's quite a lot that we want to talk about. And I really encourage you to get involved and, speak up. Now, I'm the Director of Communications for the WLPGA, and we have a lot of challenges in getting the right message to the right people. And I think I'm not alone in that. So, as an opener, I want to just go through the global situation, what we call the communications paradox, what we face pretty much every day. Then we're going to drill down into what's happening here, and Hadi's going to give an overview of her latest campaign. And then we're going to get more into the meat of it, and Tamsin, who's a digital whiz, is going to go through our social media, how best to maximize social media, and then we'll wrap up with a panel where we'll take a few points in more detail. What do people look for when they're online, Googling? These are some of I did a little bit of research to look at what people were actually Googling for. And you can see rugby rears its ugly head again. And that's what people want to see. This is what people are not looking for. They're not Googling LPG. However, we know the statistics, we know the numbers, we have this amazing story. 1 billion of people use LPG, 27 million cars run on autogas, and it's present in more countries than Coca-Cola. We change people's lives fundamentally, and it's the key to achieving the climate goals that we hear about increasingly. So, why does it seem that so few people care? Because we all care, yeah? It's not new. It's not cool. It's the F word. It's perceived as low tech, although we hear more and more that we have high tech. And in many ways, it's perceived as yesterday's fuel. And these are perceptions that we have to battle every day. Yet we have this amazing story. A gentleman yesterday asked the great question, it's not sexy. Does it have to be sexy? Maybe. But we combat, provenly, indoor out pollution, outdoor. We've got hybrid LPG electric cars, power generation, marine. And of course now, we haven't talked about renewables at all. I think that's the first time I've said the R word in the whole 3 days. It's perhaps less relevant in this geography today, but in Europe and in the States, renewables is the story. And we have a renewable LPG. I know renewable LPG is a misnomer, but renewable liquid gas, we have it. It's available now. So it is a story, and it's a good one. And we need that story when we go and talk with various UN bodies and people who their perception is that they are anti-fossil. When we get news coverage, it's rarely good stuff. And I think, Mr. Lakshmi, you said, one bad story, one sad story, one tragic story, and all the hard work that we as communicators do gets set back, and it's really hard. But you have this perfect fuel. Marine is such a, we had a Petrodeck here, that it's an incredible success story, changing the way shippers operate as we speak. So what are the challenges that we need to talk about? And I'd like it that when we get the panel, we talk about this. The image and the reputation can be polar opposites. We're a fragmented industry We cover 125 countries, my association. And LPG even has a different name wherever we go. In France, where I live, it's GPL. In the States, it's propane. You know, this is a product that doesn't even have the same one name. There's so many applications which is a benefit. We've talked about this earlier today. There's limited understanding of the power. And it's not cool, or is it? We need to make it cool. So we don't have this fair fight with the little dudes. The people that we need to influence are the policymakers. They're the ones with the sort of carrying the whip, if you like. And the other people we need to influence are the people that influence the policymakers. If you look, this is pretty much Europe focused apart from India, but these are all countries who have upcoming bans on petrol and or diesel cars. It's happening, and it's happening now. We see bans over in Paris where our office is. You can't take an LPG car into an underground car park. You can't take an LPG car on the Channel Tunnel to go from France to the UK. You can't take it through the tunnel that goes from, lots of tunnels in France, the tunnel that links France to Switzerland. So it's time. I'm a bit of a believer that we can and should raise our head above the parapet. We shouldn't be afraid because we have a good story. So we've got only good stuff going on. So it's time for us to encourage the policymakers to take off this electrification is everything and embrace the benefits of LPG. And it's time for, again, Pam, your phrase, put discussion into action. And everything that we've heard, and I said this earlier today, we've heard so much good stuff, but if we don't communicate around it, it falls flat, and it's too good a story to waste. So we're seeing change coming, and it's happening now. There's a fundamental shift in our industry, and it's driven by these regulations, these bans, the pathway to decarbonisation. This is why we have the renewable story now. So we have a seat at the decarbonisation table. And there has been a shift away from fossil. We will never, ever, ever give up our beloved LPG. It's our bread and butter, if you like. But we have to have in our arsenal a renewable solution for us to maintain and improve our credibility. So what can we do, I hear you all ask? What can we do? Let's think, why do people use LPG? I don't think they think, oh, I like the cylinder. They maybe don't have a choice. They've only ever known LPG. It's a great fuel. It's controllable heat. I disagree that you don't burn your food. I cook on LPG at home, and, well, actually, I don't cook, but it's low emission. It's portable. We can take it anywhere. And we have light cylinders so that women can carry them. It can be stored for a long time. It can be stored on site, and it's cost effective. And there are endless benefits, but we need to make sure we align with these common messages. So this change, where does LPG fit in? We don't seem to be part of the plan, particularly in Europe. And I know that this is a SADC Indian Congress, but still, let's be aware of what's happening in the rest of the world. Markets are under threat, and we need to clarify where LPG fits. So where does LPG fit? Everywhere. We talk about the value chain, from below poverty line communities where we encourage them to shift from animal waste to cooking with LPG, through the chain up to the very developed northern, what we call the northern globe now, is where it's highly developed. We still need to show that there's a procession. I have LPG in my house because I'm off-grid and I'm very remote. And I need it, but I live in a very developed part of the world. But we're still part of this chain. We're the only fuel that can make energy more efficient and reduce emissions across the globe, regardless of where we are in the energy maturity ladder. So, if we just take these 6 benefits that we know, efficient, portable, clean, versatile, accessible, available, we build a lot of our communication around that, and Tamsin's going to go more detail about that. So, from the WLPGA side, bearing in mind that we're covering all these countries, we have 300 members who we work on behalf of. We have to pull together. We have to have a global voice. We have to have a clear and consistent voice and a policy-driven campaigns. How do we do this? At the WLPGA, we have 4 pillars of activity. We have business improvement, which you heard about on day 1, innovation and growth. We have advocacy, which Michael Kelly runs, and we have communications, which I run. So we do this through traditional advocacy, thought leadership positioning, and increasingly we want to position, particularly James Rockwell, who is our fantastic CEO, as a thought leader. He's very well respected in his industry, he's very well known. But we're doing more in terms of thought leadership, positioning it, using LinkedIn, and getting him out there to external conferences. We are brilliant at talking to ourselves. And we go to so many LPG conferences, and that's great because we help things like this give out those common messages. We also need to be at external events. We need to be at wider energy events. We need to be at caravanning and camping shows to show the benefits of autogas. We need to, and we're only a small team, there's 10 of us in our organisation, so we rely on our fellow associations to help us. But we need to get our voice, and trade shows and international conferences and the very high conferences, like we have a seat at COP, we will have a seat at the World Energy Congress next year, and I have a list of events where we are able to speak. Pam, you were at the African Energy Indaba earlier this year. That's the kind of activity that we need to be doing. And cooperating with those external stakeholders like the United Nations, various bodies that we engage with. Media outreach, that's so difficult to get the tier 1 media to talk about us. We have excellent relationships with industry media. They want to hear our stories. We need to get to the sectoral media, marine media, power generation media. And then the holy grail is to get The Economist, if they're going to write about the fuel of the future, talk about LPG. So we have contacts in London with the Financial Times, the Guardian, The Economist, etc., that we liaise with. But boy, oh boy, getting them to write about us is a challenge. And we need data-driven communication, that's solid data with the right numbers. We produce an awful lot of reports, loads of reports, and a lot of them are freely available. Please have a look, and if there's anything that you can ever find, let me know. But we have highly technical reports that I can't give to the economics editor of The Economist and ask him to flick through 150 pages of that, pull out a story. So we also have much more sort of easily digestible little nuggets that we use in our social media. But we're missing a trick. What we don't have is a global positioning reference document. And this is a really exciting project that I'm working on and will be ready for Rome. And it's really going to go through sectorally, why should we care about liquid gas? Why should we care? And it's going to position us in that dialogue. And I think that is going to be really exciting because you will be able to go and have a look at it and think, well, hang on a minute, I don't care about power generation, I don't care about autogas, but I do care about cooking, and I do care about marine, and I will jump straight to marine, and I will have everything at my fingertips. So stay in tune for that. So, we're agreed. We have a clear goal, have consistent messaging. And we're all ambassadors, and I can't stress that strongly enough. But we have to define the level of fit, Identify partnerships, and this again is really important. We need to get those friendlies, and we're very lucky because we do have very good contacts that we've nurtured over the years with certain very important NGOs that we know understand because we've consistently beaten them away so that they do understand. We have to outline the role at each level, which this document will help do, and carving out these regulatory niches where we struggle. So this is a new campaign. We'll have this positioning document. We're going to build around it. One of the things that happened this year, which I was thrilled about, was that communications became a goal of the WLPGA. Before we were the sort of activity that linked everything together. With a goal, it means that we have a budget, which is brilliant, because before we would have to beg, borrow, and steal. And we need, you could do comms on a shoestring, but for it to be credible, professional, and efficient, you need that support. So we're going to drive a credible data set, because it's no use if you guys are talking to someone in your government and saying, yeah, there are X million cars on the road, and then someone over here is saying, yeah, there are X million, the numbers don't match. And that's our responsibility to make sure that the data is correct, production, consumption data. And for our members, every year, we produce the Global Statistical Review of LPG, which is the most up-to-date data you can get. We give a free copy to each of our members. We produce it with Argus Media. David Appleton was here earlier. And I think if you want to buy it, it's about £4,000. So it's kind of the cost of your membership, really. We'll have a media strategy around it, social media and toolkits, which Tams is going to talk about. I'd like to say a word about associations, because in communications, associations are critical. We have 300 members around the globe. About 30 of those, 10%, are fellow LPG associations. So there are associations in, obviously, here, in France, in the US, Mexico, South America, India, 30 of them. We work really, really closely, and we have a very special set of meetings for associations, and we have one in the LPG week as well, because together they have the outreach geographically that we don't have. Your members, you can do that sort of snowball effect, which is what we're trying to achieve, and we go further together. I'd already mentioned LPG Day, so I hope it's all in your diaries already. But this is something that has taken us 5 years to build, and it's working. We see now it's an automatic event that is rolling along. We don't have to push it. It's something that seems to be on people's calendars. It's an awareness raising. It's a little bit of fun, but with a serious undertone, because we have to be creative. We have to try and be modern. Try to get that little bit of sexiness going. And it's a fantastic unifier. So once it comes around to June next year, think about LPG Day. I've talked about being an ambassador, and if we want to communicate efficiently with all these right statistics that we have at our fingertips, we have to talk about it, and we're all ambassadors. Whether we're, at home doing our barbecue and talking to people, we have to be ambassadors. And there's so many opportunities for communicating. Imagine if you're autogas, if you're on an autogas forecourt, why don't people drive LPG cars? Why don't we have access to discussing that, and discussing that with people who are running garages? There's lots and lots of sub-levels of ambassadorship, but we're all ambassadors. We have to put people first. Our communications haven't been human. What I mean by that is they've not really been very emotional. They've been more statistically driven. And increasingly, and I don't know if it's post-COVID when we all feel a little bit more in tune with ourselves, we've shifted to look at people. We're not selling LPG. We're selling hot water, the ability to cook, the ability to survive in extremely challenging positions. We have a very good relationship with the UNHCR, and we were in Bangladesh a few months ago. And in Bangladesh, I'm sure you know that there are 1 million Rohingya refugees who've come from Myanmar, and they live in a place called Cox's Bazar. And it's the biggest diaspora of refugees in the world. We have a mandate with the UNHCR that David Tyler manages, that we bring LPG into that camp. They don't think it's LPG, that's keeping them alive. So I think we have to change our perception of we're providing clean water, we're providing hot water, we're providing a cooking solution, we're letting your cars go. But we have to put people first, maybe shift how we communicate. And I'll be really interested when we start doing the panel to learn about how we can do that better. So we're an exceptional energy and we are part of the solution. We're a big part of the solution. And we have to make sure that we are crystal clear about that. That's all I wanted to say as an intro, as a little taster on how we manage this communications conundrum and how do we put our head above the parapet even. I'm going to hand over to Hadi because I'm really interested to hear what you're going to tell us about your local campaign. Thank you very much. Green.
I think I'm going to dream about this logo for a very long time. I like standing here. It makes me feel normal. Again, good afternoon. I'm going to try, because I actually love this campaign, I'm going to try to be as enthusiastic as I should be about it. Let's see, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy people are still here? Okay, so that's fine, don't worry. I still represent them. So in December, I remember this date also well, because Fanny, I don't think he's still here. We were supposed to go to, I still worked for Sapia at the time. We were supposed to go for our annual year event. Like it used to be some, like the whole day, go away and do nice stuff, obviously as a team. And then the day before, Fanny hits me with it. He was my boss then. Hits me with it. The minister wants to meet us about LPG. And I had prepared that function, and I was looking forward to it. And then I'm like, you the boss, I'm not going. And by that time, I was the one dealing with LPG in the industry. But truly, Fanny did go. He did come to the event with suits and tie when he was supposed to be wearing joggers and all those. And then he dashed halfway the end. But I don't know, Pam, if you were in that meeting. What literally the minister wanted to see the industry about was how can we drive LPG as a collective in this company, in this industry, in this country, and get people to use so that we can alleviate the pressures of the ESCOM grid. And many people don't understand, even this summit emanated from that day, or that discussion. Fanny came back, told me what was the discussion, blah, blah, blah. And on the 19th of December, for some odd reason, we all had together. Raphael, I don't know if he's still here. Nevan was at LPG SA. I was at Sapia, Raphael, and there were SEF people in there as well. And a whole lot of other industry people. We gathered in a boardroom at DMRE, and later some nights at Sapia, some nights at SEF group. But what we ended up coming with was the project, doubling of the LPG market. You probably heard about it in between the last 3 days. The project was really, had many folds in it, but the idea was to grow the LPG market. But it was quickly realized that one of the things that we will never, will make that whole project fail was the issue that people are afraid of LPG. They still view it as some sort of a bomb, you've heard that before, as some sort of a danger in their lives. And you can't fault people for thinking about things they don't know. So the responsibility was on one of us. So this summit is actually one of the things that emanated from that day. The LPG strategy in this country emanated from that day, and this campaign emanated from that day. It was a long time coming. It took a long time for us to get things going, to get it right. And I was so happy. Actually, that project, that's what got me hired at LPGSA, right? That got me hired at LPGSA as the MD. So, and I had to move over with everything that I was doing at Sapia for some odd reason, but hey, it happens. So, and that's why I'm so proud of this campaign. And every time somebody says, you just arrived at LPGSA, I'm like, I've been changing your life for a very long time. Who do you think is responsible for pricing? And all those changes really emanated from there. And people don't understand that we've been working on this LPG thing for a very long time. And a lot of things have been done. Yes, there's a lot of work to be done. But a lot of things has been done in the background. And this campaign is one of those. Now, again, we then teamed up with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy in this campaign, where it was decided that for people to start being confident in using LPG, we need to have a campaign like this. I'm gonna try to not talk to all these things. We will make some slides available for you, but some slides we'll try not to make available for you so that you can see all about the campaign. It started on the 1st of June. Of course, with a lot of planning, but the actual actions of it started on the 1st of July. It's going to be a year-long project ending end of May, end of June next year. We are working with KW Creatives, the team of KW Creatives, and social media. You'll hear about them later. Really, exactly, the project is all about that, to teach South Africans how to use LPG safely. And at the same time, when we are doing that, we know that we are promoting the use of LPG. So talk about killing two birds with one stone. I'm not going to repeat this. You all know this, that basically we are challenged as a country with electricity. You heard all too well on Monday. You heard all too well, on the 27th and on the 28th, our challenges with load shedding. And the issue as well of the high cost of electricity, that even people who say LPG is expensive will tell you relative to electricity, we are still quite affordable energy source. And then the other thing is people are not really aware of the environmental benefits, health and environmental benefits of LPG. You saw the slides that Michael put up earlier during Cooking for Life. People die annually, like 4.3 million. That's a lot. Women and children mostly affected. That's a lot of people to die from smoke inhalation. Anybody with an asthma will tell you what smoke does to you on any single day. So when we know a solution, LPG can be a solution to all that, we shouldn't sit on that information. We should make an effort to go out there and teach people about all these benefits and for LPG, and at least the safety element of it as well. The campaign literally is targeting from low LSM to high LSM. And in South African demographics, we working with, like I said, the team of KW Creatives, we identified the areas where you're most likely to find the low LSM, the high LSMs. What do they use LPG for, and what could possibly be some of those requirements that they can use LPG? So what can we target there? And what channels can we do to reach them? So obviously when people were making comments, you need to go to the lower people, I was like, they should come to the communication workshop so that they can learn what we are doing as LPGSA. Like I said, the other element was the high LSMs, which is people who are in much more urban areas, who have easily access to LPG, who can afford pretty much quite a lot. Somebody said, let's target the middle class and the people in expensive areas. I wanted to say, and I couldn't say it in the full room, obviously, that say you are so wrong. LPG can be used by anybody from the lowest of the lowest, and this campaign has taught us that. It gets used currently in this country, South Africa, because people are challenged with energy at this moment. Yes, I've already said this. Our goal is to educate South Africa from simple things, and we quickly are learning from this campaign that what we were gonna do, as in stand there and preach, was never gonna work, ever gonna work. Nothing prepared, and the team that works in there will tell you nothing prepared us for what we saw when we got into the market. And the messaging is clear. Alison just spoke about the messaging. We need to use the simple language that people understand. I can switch right now and talk all these slides in Sesotho. Okay, Basotho will hear me. Obviously, all of you won't hear me. Can you imagine when you get to Qwaqwa, which is where I'm from? It's the first time I mention it today. I mean, this whole week. When you get to Qwaqwa and you want to speak LPG in isiZulu, they will kick you out. They will kick you out of that town, and you will say South Africans are violent. No. Why are you going to teach us something that we don't know about in a different language when we are here speaking Sesotho? We may try to accommodate you. So in every place we go, we teach people in the language that is comfortable to that area. People, of course, in the areas that have many multiple languages, they were feeling sorry for me. And they go, Sisi, are you Mosotho? I'm like, yes. And so, can you speak Sotho then, please? Because we can understand all languages. And I was trying to, I was breaking my isiZulu there. and Kensani apparently last week was breaking isiZulu in KZN, brave girl. But they were accommodating. But that's the length of education that we go into. And then we always make it easy. We had to find a way of making it easy. So which means there is no time to talk. There's a time to act. Literally, how do I connect a regulator to a cylinder? That's the things people want to know. People are not interested to know anything else that you think they want to know. And which is the misconceptions that many people have, that is that what I think people want to know is actually the right thing. We are not listening to what people are asking for. And in this campaign, we are learning, like I said, very fast, that people want something else, and you have to deliver that, not what you think they should get. And social media, and I believe Thames is coming to talk about social media, has really played a big role in this campaign as well, in assisting to reach areas where we can't otherwise afford to reach. The campaign is in 4 elements. I'll start with that. We have social media marketing. In South Africa, or basically traditionally, LPG SA does not make commentary on anything LPG related, or whether or not it's good or bad publicity. We used to just step back. And then we were slaughtered in the social media space. LPG is slaughtered. Don't forget, people know a gas in the cylinder. They don't know what is in there. So there's medical gases in the cylinder, there's industrial gases in the cylinder. The cylinder shapes are different. People don't care about that. They don't know that. It's our job to teach them that. And in this campaign, social media, basically what we do in this campaign of social media marketing, we go inside the social media, deliberately search for words that are using LPG, positive or negative. And then we start putting responses or addressing misconceptions about LPG. They laugh every time. Have you ever heard that LPG actually causes flu? How many of you have heard that? I mean, how many of you know that is true or not? I mean, like I just said something about environmental and health benefits, but that's my favorite one. It trends like hell. I mean, sorry, excuse my language. It trends like crazy in winter. LPG causes flu. Then how do you turn that into a positive? That's what we did. No, LPG does not cause flu. These are the health benefits of LPG. And statistics say so many people die. If you use LPG, you are reducing pollution, you are using it. So we started changing the message. We go into people's narratives, and then people say, oh yeah, they're taking an opportunity to like use my following. No, you tarnished our product. We had to defend ourselves, and that's our story, and we're sticking to it. But we're doing that respectfully, but using it as a form to educate people positively about LPG. And we took that, that stance as a team that's in this campaign. The other part we do in roadshows, that's where you get to learn a lot. And I'm going to skip about a lot of things. That's where you get to learn a lot. The roadshows target malls and targets malls during month end. Every South African here will tell you how crazy month ends are in different, like I guess, urban areas and rural areas. And we deliberately target that, sit outside and run around teaching people about LPG. People come, there's queues for days. Somebody wants to learn how to, like I said, connect a cylinder. How do I switch on a stove? And did you really think somebody will ask you, how do I switch on an LPG hot plate? We get those questions, and genuinely those people. And then we literally just try to do and then say repeat after us so that we can see. When we give them the pamphlets is just to reinforce what you have already showed them and experienced. Things like a leak test. Show me in this room who knows a leak test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Sam, put it, stop. You just didn't. But a leak test, you all know how simple a leak test is, right? Those who know, please tell me you know. A leak test is simple. That's how you detect whether there's a leak coming from your cylinder or your appliances or any of the connections. And then that is the quickest way to help you and move your cylinder outside or switch off your appliances so that your family is safe. Simple things like that. That's why then people will go, I smelled gas and boom. That shouldn't happen. Because if people can do a simple leak test, which is a soap of dishwasher, like the dishwashing soap, and a water, and then spray within the connections of LPG, of your cylinder and your appliances, and you see bubbles, you know, yes, there is a leak. You switch off, you move the things outside, and then you call for help from either a registered installer or anybody who is a gas dealer. That's simple. And people were not even aware you can do that to save your family. They continue using this. People are using LPG. Please tell me none of you use LPG when use your stove or continue to use your stove when you see a black soot coming out, like, you see a smoke on your pot and everything. I hope none of you do that, because you should know LPG does not cause smoke, it does not cause soot or black soot or black carbon. But people didn't know about that. So, which means when you see those, there's a problem. And those are the things that we get to teach people simply in their language that they understand. The other part is, obviously, we do digital and outdoor advertising. And in this one, we basically just target different people. Like a little bit more high LSM, people who can easily read English, people who can read fast, people who have access to all digital, you name it. We know people have cell phones, but you don't expect grandma somewhere to be reading on the cell phone the whole day. Their eyesight is not so great anymore. So that's why we do this campaign differently. We also partner with content creators, what we call social media influencers, who can drive this campaign for us, because they have a following, let's face it. You spoke about Jamie Oliver. We don't have quite the budget for Jamie Oliver. Pam will never sign it off, ever. But what can be signed off is people in different areas who are popular in that area, who are kind of like social media wannabe influencers, and who, you know, have a mouth like me. Like you put me in front of Kwakwa people, okay, not me, actually my sister. In Kwakwa, they know my sister more. And you put people like that who already have a following in that area and who have some sort of influence. Somebody spoke about ambassadors. We use those people to be driving those messages, to be talking LPG safety, to be posting something, because people are interested to hear what they are saying. We then do that nationally and obviously in the little local areas. That's what we do. Don't worry, I'm going to skip more. Oh, I should have said that. Obviously, the tagline is simple: LPG is safe. That's the message we are driving. LPG is safe. All this, it causes flu, it's unsafe, and is what we're not listening to it. LPG is safe. We had to simplify it that way and not make it glamorous. Yes, it's online, and we use Gaspar. Who has met Gaspar except Rose? Okay, who has been to the exhibition area? And you telling me you haven't met Gaspar? You just lost out on a prize. Hey, Kensani, you didn't do a good job. Really, our intention was to get Gaspar to walk around the complex here. Unfortunately, we were not allowed. Yes, that was our intention. But Gaspar is our mascot. And he is in the exhibition area next to LPGSA stand, sitting there sad but still happy. He is in a form of a cylinder, an LPG cylinder, not any other cylinder, so that people can easily identify who are we trying to talk about. And of course, we are hoping to reach, I mean, this is a year-long program, and yes, we're trying to reach certain amount of people. We're hoping for more, and we're hoping this will be a more continuous project as we go, because the job that's needed is greater than our little pockets. And you'll see me again coming to ask for money later. And like I wanted to show you, when we say Gaspar online, this one is very technical. You can say Dakalo wrote this answer, right? But nonetheless, it still serves the purpose. When we say Gaspar online, somebody was just asking, is an installation like this correct or not? And they were asking just a question. And then our answer, we simply just told them facts. We didn't water it, or we didn't make it thing. We made it a little bit difficult, and we are improving as we go. Our language is improving as we go, because people then come back and ask us, but what do you mean? But this is how we pose the answers. We're not ambushing people. We just basically using their concern to drive the LPG message, which is LPG is safe. There's a video. This is the campaign, part of it. I don't think there's a volume here. Oh, it's short, don't trust me. This was a Maponya Mall activation, our first activation. This is like, you have to understand that market, and you have to tailor-make your education, things you do based on what people in that area, what interests them. In that way, when they come closer to you, you then deliver your message. You can't just stand there and hope people will come to you. You have to make. So we know South Africans, we love to dance. You saw me with my 2 broken feet, I still dance. I still moved, right? So that's the kind of things we get involved in. As you can see, I mean, these are the things we do when we get to the campaign. And we try to register as many people as possible and give them our WhatsApp line so that they can continue to engage with us. So that's simple, that's a demonstration. And of course, cooking with LPG, there's a Vuraverse always, it wins. And yeah, so those are some of the things that we do in that campaign. This, like I said, was a Mapanya Moli. Oryx, look at you. Oryx, look at you. I always swingle gas out of our members when we go to this campaign. And Tyron always goes, when are you fetching your cylinder, Tyron? Yeah, so like I said, we have Gaspar on the go. That's how we termed it. And it's all mall activations. I've already explained it. I'm not going to repeat it. There is an opportunity. This campaign is bigger than all of us, but we are a non-profit organization. So we always invite people, not just our members, people, other companies, to come and collaborate with us. And in return, you get all your, obviously, branding. That's why you saw Oryx somewhere there. So we have made up different exhibition packages to go with. One thing you must understand, we carrying the government brand here, and based on some of the discussions last week or the week before that we had with the minister, we're gonna even carry more brands in this, in terms of marketing and talking about this campaign. So as a brand, you tend to look good when you are standing with us, and your brand get to known as one of those responsible LPG companies. And so we have different packages that goes with, of course, like the campaign itself. And yeah, moves from platinum to bronze. The cheapest one, or the most affordable one, which is tailor-made for the people in that local area. On that day, Nto is not here, that day Stofile is not here. He will tell you, we met him at in Soweto. So we tailor-make this one for people in that area where we are doing the campaign, so that they can be participating. And mainly those are distributors. Yes, they are distributors and of gas in those areas. If you are interested in working with us in this campaign in any form, please contact myself or Kensani Stan. And Kensani from KW Creatives, so that we can all work together in educating people in your area about LPG. I try to make it as short as possible, Alison. Yeah, and I try to be less enthusiastic so that I don't get lost in it. Thank you, colleagues. I don't know if you have a question. Yes, sir?
Can we take questions after? Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, no problem.
Thanks, Khadi. It's a brilliant campaign. Another clap for Khadi, please. That was fantastic. So I cannot believe how many people have stayed on a Friday afternoon. This is fantastic. A full room. Thank you all. And they paid us to attend, but it's amazing to see you here. I've been attending the LPG SA event since 2012, and it is the first time I've actually heard communications being spoken about in so many sessions. So it's definitely a changed time, and it's fantastic to be here this afternoon. So I'm going to keep this quite short. A lot of what is in my slides has actually already been discussed, because I'd love to get to the panel, and I'd love to get to the questions in the audience as well. But I'm just going to take us through some high-level elements of social media. So yeah, I'm Tamsin Rankin-Donaldson. I am the Senior Communications Advisor at the WLPGA, and I assist with running a variety of different campaigns that we have. Where am I pointing this? Okay, so we run a lot of campaigns throughout the year, and these are just a couple of the examples of the various campaigns that we've been running just in this year, and we do this on your behalf as a global industry. So we've been running a year-long SDG 5 campaign, which is centers around gender empowerment. So we've actually deemed this year as the Year of the Woman. So that's why all of these discussions this week have been very pertinent for what we've been doing. We also released an energy and transition report, which was supported with various social media campaigns and tools. We also do a lot of work with, as Alison mentioned earlier, on renewable liquid gas or renewable LPG. We also have Marine Weeks, and we also have our Simply Safety campaign that runs all year long. And of course, as been mentioned, LPG Day, 7th of June, every year. We love to get that hashtag trending, so we really do invite you to be part of the campaign. So we do all of this, and you have fantastic campaigns that are run by the LPGSA, but it's not enough. We're only two voices. So to have your additional support on the ground is where we're going to make the difference. And I think we heard in the sessions during the week the importance of having brand ambassadors or LPG ambassadors on the ground. But the problem is, once you start, you can't stop. So the idea here being that, so that's not just an addiction to social media that we all know, but once you start putting content on social media, you can't be haphazard about it. You have to be consistent. So we talk, and I think Alison mentioned it as well, we're talking about frequency, we're talking about consistency. Have a considered communications plan. So what is it that your sales team is doing? When are you having your sales bursts? How can comms support those sales bursts? Also calendar events as well. Get trending off other relevant hashtags, etc. So that's going to be your considered comms plan that needs to support this. You can use scheduling tools, the likes of Hootsuite. You can use online design tools. There's Canva. You can even go on courses with Udemy, where you can learn how to place all your social media ads. So I'm not going to go into that, because those are all online. There's also 1,000,001 YouTube videos you can use as well. But you also have the support from the WLPGA and LPGSA. And I'm just going to touch on a few of those supporting content tools that we have available for you. Because we understand you have a goal, you need to sell LPG. You don't need to sit and create all the content all the time. So we're here to help with that. So our website has a range of freely available comms toolkits or tools that you can use. So Alison also mentioned them earlier. We have reports, we've got case studies, we've got the easily digestible chart of benefits. We've also got a range of video content and infographics. They're all there on our website. And if you can't find something, please just get in touch with us. We'll most certainly help you. But it's all up there. We've also got a comms toolkit, which sits on our website as well for LPG Day. So you literally go and you download the toolkit. It's a PowerPoint. You can put your face in the graphics and share those. We've even got social media posts and suggestions on how you can create that content. So currently that toolkit is for 2023. We'll soon be updating it to 2024 and then sharing that information with you. We spoke earlier today about women in LPG. So again, we've got a range of information available on the website. And I think I'm going to just say this again, but just a reminder to please enter the Women in LPG Awards and to also sign up for membership. It's free, again. And just something to bear in mind is that once you have actually signed up, why don't you put on your LinkedIn profile that you're a member of the Win LPG membership? It's a great claim, and whenever you're running campaigns, put in the hashtag WinLPG. Simply Safety, this is another campaign that we run with David Tyler. So this is a year-long safety campaign. It raises awareness around HSSEQ in our industry. So we encourage you to use the hashtag Simply Safety. We also have a toolkit available for our members, but please get in touch with us if you feel you might need to use that toolkit. On our members area website, we have a range of toolkits. So these are really detailed toolkits. We break down the various reports, the key callouts from those reports. We have artwork, we have social media scripts, and those are available for our members as well. And mostly, one of the easiest things you can do, so if you do have a social media channel, the easiest thing you can do is to follow us and to follow LPGSA online and to retweet and reshare information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You do such a fantastic job. That was really great. We're going to move on to the panel. We're running a little bit out of time, so we'll keep it brief. But Tamsin, I'd like to welcome you to the panel, and Zakona, and also Sam, if you'd like to join us up here. After you. Oops. What I'll do first is we know who Tamsin is, so I'd like to just kick off by asking you to briefly, what we'll try and do so that we can finish pretty much on time is stick this to sort of 15 minutes, and we're going to give you the floor, really. So, Zakona, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about you, what your challenges are, what channels you like to use, where we can help you, and what can you learn and what can you teach us?
Hi everyone, my name is Zukona Nchingila and I am LPGSA's Marketing and Communication Specialist. I have over 7 years of extensive experience in, campaign planning, internal and external communications, just to name a few. I've also been, exposed to various industries, telecoms, education, consumer goods, and I'm currently in the energy industry. So the current challenges that I have noticed in the energy industry is, firstly, communications is not seen as a vital business function until a crisis emerges. There was a study that was done by McKinsey whereby they discovered that a strong communications function within a business or an organization will actually provide, it opens up a very, place where people are able to become innovative, and it's also open to adapting to change. Another study that was done by the Institute of Public Relations, they actually saw that a strong communications functions brings a financial success in a business, whereby you are able to outsmart or maybe be better competing with your competitors in the stock markets and also overall in general. Another challenge is that understanding the audience that you need to be communicating to, because when you understand your audience, you're able to know and identify the vital or maybe the effective communication channels that you can use. Because I'll make an example. You cannot be maybe doing visuals to someone that is more keen on reading. You can't also vice versa as well. You can't be providing, a long, maybe written letter to someone that prefers watching a video. So those are the kind of challenges that we are currently facing. And then another one is, there's a lot of resistance in the industry in exploring various ways of communication. A lot of, organizations are still looking at investing in traditional media or traditional communication, whereas we are now more digital. We are exploring your TikTok, we're exploring your Instagram, we're exploring, Facebook ads. We can't still be relying all the time on, traditional media like TV. Facebook ads, you will be reaching, you get to curate your own demographics, and maybe you can, have your ad that maybe it will appear in, America or maybe in Europe. So those are the kind of challenges that we are currently facing.
Oh, thank you. You said a couple of real buzzwords there, crisis communications, and it's only when a crisis happens that suddenly everyone wants to communicate and you think, whoa, we should have been doing this. And so I'm thrilled that we have the opportunity to talk about communications, and you raise a lot of good points that are global. Everything you say resonates. Sam, you're from social TV and you're from outside the industry, so we're really looking forward to your opening comments.
So, my name is Sam Marshall. I've been a journalist for 20 years. I am currently the managing editor for the largest social impact news platform in South Africa and on the continent. We speak to just over 20 million people. We're focused on CSI, CSR, shared value, social innovation, social capital, and ESG. And we cover thousands and thousands of stories a year. And for me, I think the big challenge is that people have to get over themselves. Content is not new. You're not going to be you're not going to change the content game. It's how do you become part of the content mix? What does the world of content look like if you are thinking in terms of how content ages, because it does age? What does earned versus paid versus owned look like in the content world? And also, I heard you quite eloquently talk about this idea that we've got these beautiful contacts, we've worked these contacts, but the media landscape is changing and it's highly competitive. And there's not a single person, I don't care who you are, you could be the king of content, but you can't place your content on the same platform 6 times in a row in a month. It's just not possible. So you've got to start thinking about what does the world look like. If the media environment is highly competitive, we have to start looking at hybrid models of content. We've got to say, if I'm going to, for example, and BBC, France 24, they're all businesses. And if you think that your content is so amazing, they have to place your content, get over yourself.
Yeah.
Just get over yourself, right? And what we've got to start doing is, we've got to start looking, and I love what Khadi was talking about, the idea of, and what Khadi isn't talking about is the idea of owned media. We generate a ton of content, but how many of you actually have studied the psychology of your content? At the beginning of the year, the person is in a particular frame of mind. All editorial newsrooms in the world operate the same. There are 5 matrices for how you engage your content, and content only comes from certain places. It comes from sex, weather, conflict, progress and development, human interest, and the underdog story, money, and crime. That's the categories for content. There isn't anything else. Doesn't matter what a podcaster is doing, it falls within those categories. So if you're going to start developing content, you've got to start thinking about how do we tell authentic stories, and if we are talking to a particular grouping of individuals, what does that content matrix look like? Because even though LPG is developing content, it does not speak to all your markets, right? So they've created this content, but Africa is quite unique in its content. So for example, we've got 284 community radio stations here, 40 commercial radio stations. You've got 658 radio stations, broadcasting platforms in Nigeria. France has got hundreds, right? We are not even talking about India that's sitting at around 294 community radio stations. How many of you are using community radio stations that are low-hanging fruit to actually start engaging that content? And for me, just saying, get over yourself, develop the content. There isn't a right or wrong. There isn't an expert currently, because if it is the case, nobody can explain why MacG's got 1 million subscribers, why the biggest podcast platforms in the world are rivaling traditional media, why CNN is failing. Because if you had the answers, we would be paying you millions of dollars. So at this moment, get over yourself, experiment, develop content that speaks to your audience, and to Khadi's point as well, if you're engaging with people, you actually get to hear what they want to read. And if you're developing content, you can only develop it in 3 ways. It's either long format, short format, or fast content. So you've got to work out which of those formats are you engaging with and developing the content. I just want to leave it there.
That was clear, but you know what? What you're saying about, I love those 6. There's a lot in those 6 subjects that LPG does fit into, and we do try to with the
development, human interest.
the human interest.
And can I just say, the other big thing that you must not forget, the rise of independent media is something that people don't talk about. But the media industry, if you've read the SANAF report, the media has been decimated by COVID. It is not a South African phenomenon. It's a global issue where newsrooms are shrinking. Relationships, I mean, you have a relationship with a producer today, next week they're gone. So it really is about constant management. So I'm just saying that you constantly have to think of who are the independent players. Industry players are great, but have you ever heard of a guy called Mustafa? There's a local content producer. He unpacks all financial issues for young black urban consumers. That is the kind of guy that should be walking through your business and telling his 50, 60,000 middle income young urbanites why LP gas is safe. And he's not even an ambassador. He's not interested in that. He just wants to tell good stories. So I just want to say that.
I think maybe one of the takeaways from that is that when we start the year and we're looking at who we're going to talk to, we need to revisit that. I'm very conscious of time, and but this is fascinating. This could be a whole afternoon session. But does anyone have any questions? We've got time for maybe one or two questions. Yes, lady over there, the white top. Can someone get her a mic, please?
And I do want to say that I think currently this industry can really benefit from the human interest, progress and development. And also what you will see if you read the Pew Research documents, there's been a massive swing away from negative news to progress and development news. And people are really sick and tired. I mean, it's actual studies shown that when you read about rape, murder and death every day, you become depressed and horrible to your partner.
So tell us who you are and please address your question.
Hi everyone, I'm Akona. I'm also in the marketing creative field. I just wanted to ask, some of the spaces that we work in can stifle creativity. What are some of the things that you guys do that allows or enables a creative output?
Great question. Tamsin, I'm going to let you answer that. How do you get creative?
Get creative. Normally there are fantastic ideas that come from the shower. But it's really about just taking in, understanding who your end consumer is as well. Yeah. So it's about understanding what they go through on a daily basis and how it is that you can speak to them. So that's where the creativity comes from, but it's also the people you surround yourself with. So we at the WLPGA have a fantastic team who are very creative, and it's great to bounce ideas off each other. But I wonder, Sakona, as well, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's keeping up with the latest trends for me, and also just having an in-house or maybe someone that is fully invested in and giving you also the chance to explore. I'm very much fortunate enough that I'm given that liberty. And if it's a no, then it's a no that says, okay, not yet. So I think being in a space where you are given that liberty and also being given that liberty, basically, yes, to explore and just to see what is it that is more fitting in the space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, can I just add to that?
Yeah.
I think what you've got to really think about is develop content meetings. I know that there are content experts in an organization, but you'll be surprised how many of your members around you have thought about content and think about developing it. Second of all, once you understand what the content matrix looks like for your organization, a piece of content could be written, but it could have an audio piece if it goes out to a news platform. Could be, for example, fast content where you, instead of telling that story through just press releases, could be 5 images. In 15 seconds, you know what's happening. So we really need to start thinking about how do our consumers engage our content. If we understand that they're only reading the first 3 lines of an article, and if some of the stats has been pushed out here, we've got to start getting into the space of the person and their psychology and saying, can I tell my story in pictures? Can I tell my story in audio? Can I find a beneficiary to tell my story? Can I use me on the phone? We live in the I economy. Everybody's obsessed with themselves.
Yeah, yeah, great question. Yeah, I've got a lady here. Oh, I beg your pardon. Gentleman in the blue shirt.
Hi, my name is Ntantla Kumete. Again, I'm from NERSA. So I'm going to talk from the electricity management system, management point of view. If I'm just going to pose questions around the messages, because I can see the messengers and I can see the routes to market. But my concern is about the message. So for instance, I'm going to raise questions. The first one is, you know, we have got a problem in South Africa that says we've got peak power problem. But what is the solution? Put solar. So we've got a problem that says there is no power in the morning, there is no power in the evening. The solution is more solar. Where is LPG in that? That's number one. That's a message. Number two, we have a message that I'm not sure whether it's a subliminal message that says LPG is for the poor. Back in the days we had wild orchards and things like that, where they were moving people from Prama stoves to those one-plate stoves that look like it's a Prama stove. Are we not communicating a wrong message there that says, are we not supposed to be sending a message that says, I've arrived? When I moved from whatever I'm looking for, the aspirational thing says I'm moving to electricity. So those for me is the challenge. I think I'm not sure how we change the message. The safety is important.
Yeah.
But are we focusing on the right question?
No, I hear you. And in fact, extremely quickly, but in Turkey, they had exactly the same issue in that LPG was perceived, autogas, as a poor man's. And they perceived it that they would drive rubbish little cars. iGaz, the big marketer in Turkey, spent a lot of money, and they had an amazing campaign, and they got a well-known racing driver, an ambassador, to drive around Istanbul in his swanky LPG car. It changed, it worked, because they were saying the right thing. But I'll ask to Zakona, and I'd ask you to be brief, because I want to wrap up in 5 minutes. And I think you made two very good points. And do we target only the poor? And the first one has gone right out of my mind, and it was a really good point you made. And I didn't write it down. But are we only targeting the poorer communities, do you feel?
I think so. Another thing that we truly lack in is maybe selling a lifestyle, convenience. Because if you look at iPhone, Apple, it has sold a lifestyle. Nike has sold a lifestyle. They have not only sold a shoe, but a lifestyle. So I think in us selling a lifestyle, I think we would win. And also just collaborating with various influencers as well. Collaboration really does work a lot, because last year when we had, explored, affiliate marketing, we collaborated with an influencer that was, at the time renovating their kitchen. And in that, we not only sold the convenience of having a LPG cooking appliance, but we also targeted, the youth and maybe, changing their preferences when it comes to, renovating their homes. How about preferring a LPG stove? How about looking at having a fireplace instead of, buying wood? So those are the kind of things that we need to look at, as selling a lifestyle to, the various audiences.
Selling a lifestyle, and I think what I'd like to do, you're right, we're not selling LPG, we're selling a lifestyle. I'd like to invite you to give very brief closing comments, please, and we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of very good points made. Tamsin, I'll start with you, and then I'll work through, and if you could sort of wrap up so that we're on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think David Tyler said it the other day, our product proposition hasn't changed in the last 120 years. But we need to, as we've discussed here today, we need to stop marketing it as LPG. We need to start marketing the product benefits. So it's hot water when there is none. It's a warm dinner when there's no electricity. These are the things we as marketers need to start communicating on more. It's about the benefits. But as I mentioned earlier, understand who your customer is. Understand where you can reach that customer as well, because that's going to be critical. And I think that's also what we're mentioning here, is that if you know where your customer is, you speak in their language, you speak in the tonality, and you sell them a benefit that they understand, that's where we're going to make the difference in our industry. So thank you.
Sam, your closing comments, please. And do you think we're getting there?
So I definitely think we're getting there. Every month we go into townships and we are on the ground engaging with magogos, the dads, the moms, I'm engaging with them. But I just wanted to say one of the things that I think we're missing is that, to Tamsin's point, is that who is the market? There are 50 million scouts. My sons are in scouts. And one of the safety badges is that they have to work with gas. Is there a relationship between 50 million scouts and LPG? Yeah. Right? There are 226,000 NGOs in South Africa that cook on the ground in communities. Is there a relationship saying that they're being powered by LPG? And so these kind of associations and relationships is something that we need to look at a much bigger level to say, you guys are using our products anyway, and we're not having the benefit of that communities. In Craighall, there are more than 70 scouts, and as a father, every Saturday, the bane of my existence is that I have to be next to my son, cutting things, learning the gas. And those are moms and dads in the scouts, actively as scouts. So when you're talking to the 5-7-year-old, you're also talking to his the mother and the father. So it's just a question about who are we associating with, how can we penetrate these markets at a much bigger level. And then to your point, just quickly on messaging, I do think that messaging for me is also a bit of a misnomer, because if we sell the one thing, we're going to piss off someone else. I would rather say, do you know, for example, that Ukhozi FM is the second largest radio station in the world? You should be talking to them in Vernac about gas.
Yeah. Thank you. I see your hand, sir, but I'm sorry, if we don't wrap up, we're really going to go over time-wise. Come and see us after, please. Zikona, I can see your to-do list growing and growing and growing with Sam's comments. Final comments to you.
I'd like to challenge, organizations or businesses rather to actually invest in the youth segment, mainly because the youth, they are the consumers of the future. If you are investing in the youth, you will find yourself, having to explore a lot of, communication methods, like I said before, and also the youth are digitally savvy. And then another thing also, youth are influential. There's a lot of word of mouth that happens amongst youth, and that is still the most effective marketing tool in the world. So yeah, that's my final.
And in Rome and going forward, we hold a youth conclave that's free, well, not free, it's part of the proposition. So we're taking youth seriously. I'd like to thank Sam for making us sit up a bit. I'd like to thank Zikona, and I'd like to thank Tamsin. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to now invite Hadi, I think, to give your closing statements. And me. Place of Michael.
Yes, please. Yeah. I think it's open, right? Can she quickly say on behalf of WTJ?
Fantastic that we've got 3 women closing.
I was going to say, that is 3 girls closing.
Now, on behalf of Michael Kelly, who had to rush to the airport, I've spoken a lot today. This has been amazing. You two have pulled all the stops out. I can't repeat what we've already said, and I would like to thank you for this, I hate the word journey, but there's been a lot of behind the scenes work on this to pull this together, and Hadi and your talented team, brilliant job. Thank you, everybody. I can't believe there's so many people here on a Friday afternoon, and thank each and every one of you for coming. Thank you very much. Who next? Pam?
The last word?
You get it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure she wants to. Okay, I know Alison in her masterclass said, don't say I'll keep it short. I'm going to keep it short. I think we spoke enough. Let me start with Mr. Lakshminarayan on behalf of your team. So please spread this message back. I know you heard thank you a lot. The India journey, the lessons learned, we're really inspired by this, and I know we're going to translate that into we can do. Like you said, if we can do it, you can do it. Please take it back to your team. A very, very big thank you. To everyone that's still here and those that have contributed across these 2 days, a very big thank you to you. to the WLPGA, the entire team that was here, and you, Alison, right till the very end. Thank you. Please send that back to the team, including Tamsin, who's here wearing the WLPGA cap. And we have the pleasure of having her in SA with us. So we must latch on to that when we can. To the SA LPG team, I don't think a lot of us realize how they have been working behind the scenes. A very, very big thank you to each and every one of you. And I know Khadi will go back and make sure that this is a massive thank you back to you guys in one way or the other. To Khadi for her leadership, for her coordination, for her advocation of LPG and pulling the story together. Thank you, and for pulling your network together. I think we all have an action list. I think we all want to say something. Let's commit to what we said to the minister. It will translate into an implementation plan. Let's make this happen. And something will stick with me in Tlantla. We will make LPG sexy. And just get that communication plan right out there. To my team that has been here all the way supporting me as well, thank you very much. Thank you is just two small words, but I want you to see our collective heart in these two small words, which is really a massive, big thank you. So each and every one of you, those have left, those that are here, a massive round of applause. Thank you.
Somebody asked me if do I get emotional and cry. I actually do, but I'll try not to today. Like our team worked on this for months. London is here. Oh yeah. And like I think London was at the department was tired of us dragging her everywhere we could drag her so that we can get this to this point. For me, I really do hope this was every bit helpful, useful, with a lot of intakes that you can take, especially to our colleagues from SADC, you can take back home. Operators of LPG here, aspiring entrepreneurs of LPG in this room, because this room was full of literally those groups of people. People with interest in LPG prospering as an energy source, people who see potential of LPG and are just wanting to support the association or the LPG industry. We really, really do appreciate. To all our speakers that I really hassled you, called you, and some of you I just called you up here without even you knowing that you're going to be called up. We really do appreciate that you participated in this event. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm not a modest person. And making it the success that it was, because it was really successful. I've read many media coverages of it already, and that's why I'm saying it was success. But what will it be successful is actually what Ndate Gumede said earlier. When we start seeing results out there, when we start people picking the LPG out there, because all of us now know we have a job to do. It's not an LPGSA job, it's not WLPGA job, it's not an Oryx job, Petrogas job, you name them. It's all our work collectively. And I don't think that Claudio is still in here. The SADC Region Association, I preached it day one when I got employed into this industry, and when somebody else said it, I was saying it's about time somebody sees it the way that I thought about it. But it can only happen if we all work as a collective in the region. So let's not lose the momentum. Our municipalities that came in here, we have work to do on that LPG safety on the road, in the homes, in our communities. And we are pledging as LPGSA to work with you on that. And that's why we're all here, and that's why you got invited here. The sponsors, I can never, ever thank you enough for hearing me, entertaining me, making believe that I was wingling money out of you when you really had every intention of supporting this event. That is Oryx Gas South Africa. Should I say Oryx Energies? Oryx Energies, Oryx Gas South Africa, Cavanga Group, Petra Gas, Euro LPG, and EML Energies. I can never, like this words for me cannot express just exactly my appreciation. Our regulators, yeah, what can I say? When I said, please come and teach people about the regulations yourself, because association can preach all they like. We do not have the authority that you have. So when you do it yourself, then people listen, people take it seriously. We just reinforce your messages as an association. And thank you very much for joining us. Exhibitors, thank you for coming. Thank you for ensuring that that exhibition room exists. And I understand that it was quite busy yesterday, somewhat busy today and the day before, and the first day. But we really do appreciate all the people who came through. I don't know how many of you knows this. This has been streaming on YouTube since day 1. And up until now, it's actually streaming. So which means you have access to it. Access to every session that ever happened. You can fast forward and what all you like. Go into LPGSA YouTube channel. Yes, we do have YouTube channel, Sam. He's not listening. He manages it for us. Go back and learn. I mean, I missed many of such sessions, even though I knew what was coming. I missed many of the sessions. I'm going to go back one way or the other. Don't ask me when. And then learn things that I've learned and listen to things that I have missed, so that why we can all deliver and hold each other accountable for the deliveries that we have planned for as a team. And we are a team, yeah? And if anybody knows anything about me now, I'm coming to get that teamwork out of you. And please, you will not, this is not the last time you hear from me. I really do appreciate you, like I say, acknowledge your existence and your presence in this summit and making it accessible to us. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm supposed to say officially closed.
Congratulations, what a success.